Hello, everybody, and welcome to the actual debut for OverHill and UnderHill. Welcome to the Battle of Laketown. I'm Alex, the wonderful lore master up here, and then down beneath me are the wonderful cast members. Unfortunately, I was supposed to have a character introduction video that I had created to be playing before we actually got started, but unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, I was not able to play it. However, it will be uploaded on YouTube theoretically by tomorrow morning, so that way you guys can go ahead and check that out and just get to learn a little bit about the different characters. I think that is actually the only thing that I really wanted to explain. Yeah, everything else, if you guys want to just know certain things, you can go and look at them down in our panels below. We've got our information like our Discord, Twitter. Actually, I think that's really all the relevant information is the Discord and the Twitter that are down there. So, yeah, without further ado, we are ready to, well, at least I'm ready to get started. Are you guys ready? I think so. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. Good, that's what I like to see. All right, so for our wonderful party, where we left off, you guys had arrived at Laketown. You had informed the Master of Laketown about the incoming attack, and you had spent a lot of time preparing for it. You had gone through and spent time with the Master of Laketown discussing a battle strategy, coming up with everything that you believed was necessary in order to make the defense of Laketown successful. You guys had each developed your own plan, which I do have in my notes somewhere. I will pull them up because I have to have like 4 different versions of my notes up. In case do you guys need a refresher on that? Yes, no, maybe? Do you want a refresher?
Yeah, I'd like to hear my plans.
Your plans, I think,
What
cry
am I
a lot.
doing?
I think we all know what. Well, we all want to know what you're doing.
Everybody wants
Alex,
to know what
I would
people
like
are
to hear
doing.
my plans.
Yeah, you're in prison. We'll get to you in a second. All right. Okay. There they are. The one thing I forgot to pull up beforehand. Okay. So many things. Oh my gosh. Almost like this campaign has been running for like 3 years almost. Scroll down. Okay, so you guys have a group of 500 total men. You had some siege weapons, and you also had some other thing. You had some siege weapons, as well as just dividing out who was going to be leading which specific group. You had decided to put 2 mounted crossbows at the main gate. You decided to put 2 other mounted crossbows at the water gate. 1 at the Butcher's Quarrel, which unfortunately for the viewers you guys won't be able to see, but for you guys you do have your map of Laketown in the images text channel on Discord. And then you also have 1 at the old hospital location, because you guys moved the hospital from the back of the city to Market Square, which is more in the middle. You set up for your teams. You have 100 men at all 4 corners. You have 100 at the main gate. And then Eagle, who you are taking a squad to the River Tool House to then use and, potentially blow up said place if necessary. You also have Walda and blah 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 or Bircherfeed. Yeah, you guys are at the Windlances that are at the Merchants Guild Hall and the Town Hall. You are stationed with your squad at the Town Watch Barracks. Aldor, you are at the main gate, and then Walda's brother Frederick is at the old hospital, and then no, Frederick was the captain. Never mind. Frederick is the captain. He has a squad at the old hospital. What?
Wilfred?
No, Wilfred went with your dad.
Okay, then Warren.
Yeah, Warren is at Butcher's Quarry. Frederick is not at Butcher's Quarry. Frederick is not your brother. Frederick is
Warren.
the captain of the guard. Yeah. Warren is at Birch's Quarry. Wilfred is with your dad. And the rest of the people of Laketown who are sent up. Okay. And then, yeah, so you also have it set up to rig the prison to explode after all of the prisoners have been evacuated. So, now we're going to go ahead and go to the prison where we have our hobbit who has been chilling in there for about a week now after recently losing his arm as well as being sentenced to 6 months in prison. While you are chilling out there, the guards come up to you, or you see the master actually come up, and you guys are all kind of gathered into this one like central courtyard area. You've been there before for like your basic like sort of social area, and you've made a couple of friends in the prison, but in all reality, they just kind of tolerate you. And so in the courtyard, you hear the master. He's just, all right. Not sure how many of you guys are familiar, but in about a few days, the city is going to be attacked. And we've left some options for you. You can either fight with us on the side of Laketown, or we can ship you up to Dale, where you'll serve the rest of your sentence. Obviously, if you guys fight, we cannot guarantee freedom, but we will be able to guarantee potentially a reduced sentence. Some of you might be experiencing freedom. And yes, we do know that there is a potential for you lot to just decide to get up and run away and not even actually fight. But we figured even if you decided to do that, that was a better chance at life than what you guys were being offered here. So, if you would like to fight, go join Captain Frederick over there. If you do not want to fight, go back to your cells. Welcome, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm gonna fight.
Okay. So you go over and you join the group of fighters, and then as you go over, you notice Captain Frederick is standing there, and he's like, all right, we need to divide you out to the different groups. He kind of stops, looks at you. You've only got one arm. What kind of good are you in a fight if you only got one arm?
I can hide good.
Oh, so you can hide good. That just means you'll desert at your first opportunity.
Don't worry, I can handle myself in a fight.
What's your preferred weapon of choice?
Well, I used to shoot a bow, but I don't see how that's gonna work.
He used to
Right.
shoot a bow. Oh, that's a rich one, that's for sure. Ah, ha, ha. What kind of good are you?
But I still use a crossbow.
I mean, you could use a hand crossbow. Those are more like pistols.
I mean,
Not that I'm there, but out of character, slings exist and are one-handed.
That is also a thing.
crossbow or dagger.
Alright, he hands you this. He hands you a dagger. This'll be yours. Make sure you only stab the orcs with it.
And I stabbed the prison guard. No.
Bruh.
Don't actually.
That is, in fact, a bad option. Alright. So, You choose to fight, and you are handed a dagger, and he's like, "You will, where do we put you? I guess we do need some people to be guards over at the hospital. So, I guess that's where you'll be for now. We'll put you as a hospital guard. We'll put you under the charge of the elf. His name is Oramus. You listen to him with everything that he has to say. You'll make sure that all of the wounded are kept safe. And you will defend that hospital with your life. If you're not going to be doing that, you can go back to your cell.
I'm cool with that.
Good. Now go get yourself ready. And it's kind of like as you're going to get ready, you notice the dwarf, comes wheeling in. Him and Ublak have this cart just full of armor and weapons in there, and you just hear Ublak. So for those of you viewers who don't know, Ublak is an NPC goblin that had joined the party. And you hear Ublak kind of raise his voice and is like, step up, get your armor here, you're fresh off for battle. We've got freshly good armor made here right from the smithy at Laketown. So please step right up, get your armor here. And you think it's free, but oh, you would be very sorely mistaken. This is not free armor, but it will be quite useful if your orcs ever decide to shoot you, stab you, or smack you with a battle axe.
Alex, do the prison guard people give me armor or no?
No. They did not give you armor at all.
Do I hear Ublox chanting?
Yes, because he's going out into the prison courtyard and specifically advertising to the prisoners.
Alright, I go up to Ublock and I.
Step
Yo.
Oh, what are you doing here?
You know I don't have any more weep bros, right?
What?
I did save your life, Ublock.
You know, I don't really recall that.
You were there. I saved his life.
He did heal you.
Oh,
You should hit me up with some armor so I don't die.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. That is a 17.
Okay. I'll tell you this. I'll take it off 1 silver. I'm not charging
What?
you only 1 silver. I'm charging you 4 silver rather than 5.
Can I
I'll
pay
charge
you
him 1
back?
silver.
What was that, Sam?
I'll charge him 1 silver.
Okay, so you're being charged
Can I get
1
back
silver.
to you on that?
50%
Alright, can I
interest.
get... I...
LOL.
I'm down for the deal, and I stick out my hand for a handshake.
Handshakes.
Imagine actually doing. No, I want to shake your other hand. Oh wait, it's gone.
I give him the armor.
Okay. Mike,
What kind of armor is it?
I am looking it up right now. What armor proficiencies do you have?
Just light armor.
Hey, you would be given a leather corselet then. So that's 12 plus your dex mod. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Ender, what are you gonna be doing?
So, I know for the first 3 days I had been reading Wolfgar's journal.
Okay.
Is there a map of Laketown? And what are we, as in the party, doing in the evenings leading up to this battle? Are we all still crashing at Walda's place?
I don't know, are you?
I would allow that.
Okay.
I'd probably still be staying at the inn I was at.
Okay. Armis, Birchfried, hi. Where are you guys at?
I'll be at
I
Walter's
stay
place.
If the hospital were set up already, I would stay at Walda's place.
I
DM.
stay wherever there's ground to sleep on, so.
Okay. So I've read, basically stayed up for the last 3 days reading and studying Wolfgar's journal.
And smoking.
Yeah, well, that's how I stayed up for 3 days.
Smoking, doing cocaine,
Basically.
agweed. Oh, it was reed mace.
Close enough.
So theoretically, this night, after day 3 of me reading, once everyone is back at Walda's house, I kind of creep out of the room I've been hiding in for the most part. So I've been reading my journal again, looking through notes and things I've found worthy noting. It wouldn't surprise me if the Harbinger showed up for this attack. Some of you guys have experience with the Harbinger.
I can't remember. Did I ever actually meet, or what do I know about the Harbinger?
You met the Harbinger in your little one activity with Ender before you rejoined the party.
Okay.
Hold on. I feel a sneeze coming on. Okay, I'm good. Okay. See, now is when the sneeze is gonna happen. That's when I'm calling it. So what you would know about the Harbinger is that he was an agent of the Dark Lord who had was specifying through in deceit, manipulation, and corruption. Those were kind of sort of like his special areas of expertise, as we would maybe call it. And through these areas of expertise, he was able to make like entire countries, well, not countries, but entire civilizations go down. And through also this, you knew that he had supposedly been killed by said party, but then he showed up again when you were in the Grey Mountains, looking for the party that killed him. And so, why he is still around, you don't know, but he is.
And I guess
Okay.
really the point of bringing him up is I don't know if you guys have pointers for us. I don't know I've never actually been in combat with him.
Andrew, you're talking to everybody at my house?
Yeah, everyone who's there. So I don't think Aldor is there. And I don't know where.
I'm not
think
there either.
Aldor fought him.
Aldor did not.
Yeah, so even if I were there, I wouldn't be any help anyway.
I think it was just me and
I
I.
was there. Yeah. Alex, what was it? What did we have to hit to kill him? Was it a rock or
He had an altar.
an altar? Okay.
What is the Harbinger?
Wait, was that the?
He's an agent of the Dark Lord. He was one of the people Iggle and I had started to hunt, and then discovered he was killed by a handful of the people in this party. And then later on encountered him after his supposed death.
What culture is he?
It was nearly impossible to even hit, or it seemed like even with the most powerful hit, it didn't do anything. So we found some altar. We found out was the source of his power that we destroyed, and he became human again. We were able to kill him. I don't know how he was able to come back to life again.
Was he an orc or man?
Man, right, Alex?
Correct.
He was a man.
Did the altar follow him?
No, it just was destroyed.
Is this the fight with the dragon?
This was the one that preceded the dragon.
Yeah.
I should not have lived.
No, I should not have lived. Aaron, that's sad look on your face.
So I guess I don't know what we want to do about that. Because I don't know if he will be here or not. But that was a thought I
Alex, to
had.
be completely honest, I'm surprised there wasn't a damn rod joke. Just saying.
Do we have a way to communicate to each other? When we're separated?
Not really.
Is there a way we can arrange something?
We should definitely look into that. Do you have a map of Laketown I can look at, Waldo?
I do feel like if
Um,
someone was going to know how to communicate across the city, it would be Walda.
Alex, I assume I have a map of my
Yeah.
own town.
Yeah, you would. And you guys all, well, actually, I would think you would have a map already, Ender, just since you've been to Laketown before.
Yeah, but I don't have a map of Laketown. I didn't need it.
I feel like at the
That's
beginning of
fair.
us setting up, Waldo would have made makeshift maps for everybody.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty easily implied.
Okay. And
I have a more detailed map if you need to look at it.
yeah, I want to look at all the bridges.
Okay. So I'll give him my map to borrow.
Our plan is to give up the River Trade Toll House, right? For the orcs to take that.
Yes.
Okay.
But only kind of.
Only kind of, yeah. I think we should be ready to cut the bridges between the Elven Quarter and the Merchants District if they do take the Toll House. And not that we want to lose the Elven District, but if they take the Toll House and then get into the Elven District, we should be ready to retreat to the Market District and cut those bridges.
Do we have time for that kind of planning?
We still have a few days, don't we?
You've
I
got,
don't know. That was, but
you've got 2 days.
I
It's
mean, we
enough
can
to-
bring it up with the people in charge.
hmm And then my other thought is,
But how, just out of curiosity, how hard would it be to destroy such bridges? It looks like they're varying sizes.
Yeah, it really depends on the bridge. Some bridges you could destroy with only a couple axe swipes in specific spots. Some of them you would need a decent amount of damage to destroy.
okay,
So I mean, I guess we'll bring it up, but that might not be.
it might
I mean,
not be doable.
They're already good choke points, so
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know.
My other thought is right here is the granary, number 7. If I were to attack Laketown, what I would do is I would surround it by boats, destroy the granary, and starve the city.
I don't think that the orcs are that interested in delayed combat, though.
I don't know if they are either, but if they're led by the Harbinger, he's a foe to be dealt with.
Would that seem to me in my history what the orcs might do? Does that seem likely or not?
Sorry, what were you going for? I was looking at some other stuff.
Talking about strategies, if I were the orcs, I would surround the city, scare away all the fish, destroy the granary, and starve Laketown.
No. Orcs are...
Would that be something orcs do?
You guys know that when orcs go into battle, their goal is absolute total destruction as quickly as possible. Very rarely do they actually, very rarely do they actually do a proper siege where they prevent anything from getting out.
So if they did do something like that, it would for sure mean the Harbinger was
In charge.
in charge and doing something not orc-like. But that still seems unlikely.
Potentially.
I would agree it doesn't seem likely. That's just what I would do if I were to take Laketown. And I think, well, we shouldn't plan on that being their number one goal.
Are you the Harbinger?
We should come up with
Oh,
should
snap.
come up with a
That's a plot twist.
backup plan in case that happens. Or in case we lose the granary. Because if this does become a siege, as opposed to just a battle, losing the granary would be devastating.
Well, once again, I assume that the people that know Laketown better would know what they would do about sieges and their food supply.
Walda? Thoughts?
I have not had a lot of experience in this kind of wars. This kind of war.
I think this is the part where you redirect my redirection into Ed's redirection into the DM to see if he has anything to say about it.
Walda, unfortunately, you wouldn't know. Just because you've never had like that close of a you haven't been working like that tightly with the inner workings of Laketown. So if this were to be something that happened, you would have no idea what they would do.
So once again, I mean, I could bring it up with somebody who's more in charge when we talk about possibly the bridges.
Okay, I do think that's an idea. There isn't necessarily an easy way to get into Laketown other than the main gates. You can kind of come in near the water gate or past the water gate, but there isn't an easy way to just unload an army's worth of orcs somewhere. So it wouldn't surprise me if they attacked from multiple places.
I certainly think they would.
Where are our big guns at? Can't remember what they're called.
Your siege equipment are at a 2 mounted crossbows at the main gate, 2 at the water gate, 1 at Butcher's Quarrel, and 1 at the old hospital location. So, if you're looking at the map, where it is labeled as 9 as the hospital, that is what I mean when I refer to the old hospital.
Butcher's Quarry.
Alex, where and Everett and I located again?
Your guys' wind lances are at the Merchants Guild Hall and the Town Hall. That would be 16 is the Town Hall, and the Merchants Guild Hall is number 12. Who specifically is where has not been determined.
Okay.
What is our plan for the shipyards district? Because there's nothing necessarily of importance here. Kind of. I mean, ships are a vital part to Laketown, but we don't have a whole lot of defenses over here other than the water gate.
What area are you talking about?
F.
Oh.
The back right section. And there's kind of that inlet right in the middle of the shipyards district, which would push them real close to the hospital.
Isn't that why we have a big thing over there?
Yeah. And we've got, 100 men posted in that area?
Yeah.
Okay, my thoughts are we take 25 men from the opposite corner and put them on the shipyard district with those 100 men so that we have 125 and 75.
Well, the only reason I would be opposed to doing that is if we've already established that we have 100 men on each corner and 100 men at the gate, kind of the purpose of that is to already be spread out and in a position where we could rotate troops as necessary.
That's
So
fair.
if they hit that corner especially hard, we should in theory already be set up for 25-ish troops to come from the left or the right side, or both, to join them from the other 2 corners.
Okay. And then my only other thoughts is if they do take the shipyard district, there's one main bridge that connects us almost directly towards the town hall. And granted, we have a wind lance up there. But I think that's a bridge we can consider having the ability to quickly collapse.
I mean, at this point, I don't know why we wouldn't consider that for all the bridges.
Because I don't know if we have time.
Which is fair.
But I think we should be reasonably ready to sever the bridges connecting the shipyards district and the Elven Quarter.
Like I said, I can bring it up with with people that are actually in charge. Because I don't disagree. I think it's just a matter of what bridges are actually possible to deal with. I mean, we're already planning on possibly exploding 2 of their outbuildings / islands. cutting / exploding their bridges, depending on which ones is which. I mean, it's kind of
Fair.
all the same, but also they don't want to.
Destroying the city hurts the town. And
Should
then where
just
do we?
explode it now and then sail it off in 5 different directions.
Where do we want me to be? Because Eagle, you're gonna be.
Probably not where you're gonna explode.
You're kind of going to be manning the Elven Quarter
Yes.
and the Toll House.
Yes.
Who's at the front gates? Anyone else or just
I
I?
know. Hold on. Let me look at my notes again. No, I is actually.
Can you
not.
just give me
Aldor is at the main. So
Yeah.
refreshing on where
Yeah,
people
front
are.
gate is me.
I is at the town watch barracks. Eagle is at the river toll booth. Aldor is at the main gate. Captain Frederick is at the old hospital. Walda's brother Warren is at Butcher's Quarry.
Okay, and then Walda and Birchfried are going to be in 12 and 16.
Correct.
I'll be
Walda
on
is
12.
Yeah,
Walda's on
never mind.
16.
You guys got this.
'Kay.
You don't even
Where are
need
me
me.
and Oramus gonna be?
Oh, hold up. Why did I transition?
What?
Bad.
I'm gonna be at the hospital, so that'll be 11, I believe.
Yeah, we moved
Market
that.
Square. Correct.
And Welcome. Do we know if we've gotten him? Is he able to help us? Can we liberate him from the prison?
He is under my command at the hospital.
Okay, so he'll be with you at the hospital then.
Yes, the hospital guard.
So we don't have any of us near the old hospital or out here on the shipyards district.
I guess you might as well be there.
Here's my only thought, is I'm not sure I should be out there alone with my reputation.
I
And
think the
granted,
I think the
feel-
orc's reputation is worse.
That's fair. But I don't necessarily dress that differently. I mean, this cloak is literally an orc's.
Just cut your face up.
I think it's the.
I mean, I don't see any reason why you don't go wherever the heck you want to go and do whatever the heck you want to do, because nobody is planning on you tactically, so you being somewhere or not is not going to throw off anything anyone else does, unless you do something crazy like blow up a building or a bridge that we weren't expecting. Which you should probably let me know so that somebody will expect it.
Well, I personally don't have the capabilities to explode any bridges.
Sure you don't.
Eagle, what did you teach me how to explode?
I mean, mostly it was just
The prison.
No, didn't you teach me how to explode something? And then
I didn't
we were
teach
gonna
you any. I didn't teach you necessarily anything specific. It was more just we talked about what explosives we were putting where and how we were lighting them, which I think
Okay.
was mostly going to be with either flaming arrows from the main area onto the extended areas and or longer fuses. I'm not sure. However, it worked out.
And what building was that gonna be? Or bridge or whatever?
You were
Number
going to be
4.
over. Yeah.
What was that?
Number 4. The
Number 4?
Yeah. The
Oh, that little
the-
house.
Yeah, that's the prison. That's what you guys were setting up to rig as an explode.
And what? Or when was I supposed to do that?
Whenever it was full of orcs.
Okay, sounds good.
The only reason Eagle even brought it up is because it's another outbuilding, so the orcs might see it as easy pickings, especially if there's a bunch of locked up people. So
Right.
if a bunch of them land there, or dock there, or whatever, and they're like, it's an unguarded prison, everyone run inside and kill everybody, we might be able to blow up a boat or two or three.
What
Yeah.
are our thoughts on dousing it in oil
I think that's
instead of
implied.
exploding it?
All of the above.
Okay.
I mean, because we don't have any real explosives. Mostly it's oil and alcohol,
hmm
to the best of my understanding.
Maybe my plan will be to take up residence kind of between the bridge of the shipyard district and the town hall. That bridge right there. Theoretically the one closest to us right now. Yeah? Alex?
Take up residence in the bridge closest to the town hall.
Between the shipyard and the town hall would technically be the one closest to us at Walda's house right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Because then for the most part, I can hole up here once the battle starts. And if necessary, I can go take out that bridge.
How are you taking the bridge out? You just told me you couldn't do that.
I can't explode it. I can rot it.
That's fair. I was too specific in my
The wind lances have the capability to destroy bridges if there was some type of like signal or something.
Technically, yes, but it would require like the wind lances in themselves have the capability, but because of the angle that they're sitting at in the on the tower, you'd just be ending up shooting the tower that you're standing on.
I guess that's true.
So as a last ditch effort, yes.
Take as many out with you as you can.
Right. If the tower
Hey.
is being overrun and it's your last shot.
It's not like we want the orcs to have access to them
Hey.
either.
Praise the Lord.
Do I have any like people with me at my spot?
You'll have like a small squad of people there to help you guard, but like to help make sure that you don't die. But for the most part, you're not gonna have like a group of like 100 people with you.
How many do I have? Do we know?
Probably
You-
25 of the 100 in that corner, I assume.
Yes.
And I'll be nearby.
Okay.
Do we also want
Okay.
to rig these things to explode in case it does get overrun?
No,
We don't
you
want
just
them
shoot
to
below
get-
you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Never mind. We talked about that.
You take out the nearest bridge and the tower itself, and hopefully you survive the fall.
Find something stable.
Set up some like hay on the ground by it so you can just jump into that.
Yep.
Assassin's Creed fall. Okay. If the orcs don't just slaughter us, then I would guess the Harbinger is here and behind this attack.
That would really surprise everybody. But I
Well,
mean, if they show up and don't attack right away and start looking like they're maneuvering for the granary, we should have time to respond and make it so we don't starve to death. I would like to assume. But once again, I'll bring it up.
Well, is there a library in town?
Yes, there's
Alex?
a library in town. The library
Yes,
is in the
sir.
Elven's quarter.
I'm gonna need to sneak in there for a night. I need to research.
I
Wildpath.
don't think the librarians would be around. They're probably on their way to Dale if they're not at Dale already. So you probably don't need to sneak.
Well, and that is my area, so I should be able to get you in there.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right. Does anybody have anything else they want to make sure gets covered before we move on?
Well, just out of curiosity, based on our conversation that we're just now having with Animal Listener, are we jumping to the part where I talk to the people in charge about these things, or
that would be the plan.
okay?
I want to see if there's anything that happens before.
The only other thing that I would say about what I'm going to be doing is, if possible, up to this point, like, do I know what men I'm actually in charge of / are
Yes.
going to be in my area?
Yes.
Okay, and do I know their chain of command?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have it laid out what that looks like?
Yeah, kind of. So
It doesn't have to be super detailed.
yeah, pretty much. Each of you guys, except for each of you guys who are at specific areas have about a group of 100, and each group of 100 is divided into 4 squads of 25, each with their own CO. And you guys basically, as you guys were put in your designated areas, you were basically assigned as sort of like the head CO. You guys dictate where each of the COs dictate their own personnel.
Okay. So all I want to, as soon as it's reasonable for me to have done so, I want to take my COs aside and very quietly reveal to them that I can actually speak. I will, like, produce a bit of blood and be like, it's very painful, and that's why I don't do it. But
Okay.
I'll go about, and essentially I just want to nail down which of the 4 I'm gonna have with me out on the island, whatever it is. What's it called?
The river toll gate.
Yep, the toll gate. And essentially, because what I'm thinking here is I'll have a group of 25 out there with me at the start. And then they'll retreat essentially at the first sign of danger so that they can make sure to get off of the toll before the orcs get there.
Right.
And very visibly so the orcs know that it's abandoned and / or to lure them in to come attack it because we're abandoning it. And then I'm going to have just a few people left behind with me to try and do whatever is we can do about it before I or somebody else blows it up, because I really only think I want like me and like 4 other people there. Let's just say 2 people in boats ready to go on either side so that we have a getaway that can kind of hide, and then 2 other people that are like me that can kind of be there and hide and possibly blow something up and get away.
Right.
And then me. And so they'll all leave before I do, but that was kind of what I was thinking for that. And then just the main thing would be making sure that all of the COs know that that's the plan and understand it, and getting some form of, you know, signaling between the 4 of them so that they know what's going on and when. Is basically the rundown of what I would do with them. It's from a tactical sense, trying to prepare them for what my plan is. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep, and that would be easy enough to do.
Cool.
I assume that all my people are archers.
Yes. Well, not all of them are archers. Most of them are archers, but there are a couple of people who specify in sword and shield combat in case people do get close.
Okay. I would just strategically place them around my area.
Yeah, I figured you would. Okay. All right. So, anything else that people want to get done before we finish this? Before we move on to Zave's conversation?
At some point, one of the nights, I'm going to talk to Ormus. Ormus, can I get a smoke? Because I'm probably going to end up doing some move that make me exhausted. Past couple times I've done it, I've been exhausted and to a strat.
You have a pipe?
No. No, I do not.
You plan to smoke it then?
Is there a pipe around, Alex, that I can find?
I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty easy to get a pipe.
I can find a pipe.
All right. Hand over some athletics.
Thanks.
Got him ready to smoke.
All right. All right, so Eggle, we'll go ahead and go on to your conversation. You go ahead and you relay all of the information. I'm assuming that you would relay all of the information that was that you guys had talked about, and within that conversation, the leader is just like, well, it's not necessarily the most ideal thing, but there's not really much we can do, is there? I'd rather lose the city than lose the people. So, yeah, it's everything that you guys talked about is now set up and good to go.
Does that mean that every bridge is ready to explode?
Yes, that means every bridge is ready to explode.
Well, cool.
And, so it gets to be about, nighttime, and as it gets to be closer to nighttime, you guys are kind of looking around, and you can see way off in the distance, once I get it figured out here. Oh wait, you guys wouldn't be able to see it anyways, never mind. So I'm not going to do that. That would be dumb. But anyway, I guess I'll at least describe it to you guys. So you guys are about a day out, and as you guys are getting things ready, you go and you can see way off in the distance, like it's nighttime. And for those of you guys who would be on the nightly patrol cruise, you would be looking around and you could see way off in the distance, coming by barge, you just see like this massive fleet of ships that are just rolling in from one area, and then you see a massive fleet of ships coming down across the river, still quite a ways out and moving pretty slowly. Like, you're assuming they won't be there for maybe a day and a half yet, especially since.
And are these orc ships?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Is there
What direction is that coming from?
It'd be coming from the south. So it would be like,
Alright.
if you have your own map, it would be south, towards the log marshes, which I will throw that up on the stream for the people to see.
So looking at the map, what area are they heading towards?
They're heading towards Laketown, which would be north, the place called Esgaroth.
But like, where in Laketown are they headed?
Oh, they would be coming up towards the Watergate.
Okay. And do I know this, or am I not on my patrol.
You probably would have been on one of the patrols, so it's possible. Okay. All right. So, you guys all go to sleep for your final rest before the pending battle. For some of you, this sleep is extremely restful. You've had this familiar kind of sleep before. You've encountered tough battles. You know what it's like to sleep leading into the potential that this next day could be your last. Some of you guys struggle to fall asleep. Some of you guys are unfamiliar with what it is like to be a part of a total war, and just the thought of knowing that the entire city could be surrounded and destroyed and burned, and everybody that you know and love slaughtered before you. Your sleep becomes rough. I know specifically one person, even though he is a hardened battle expert, Aldor, your sleep is rough.
Oh,
As you go to sleep, you have visions of your squire, just picturing all of those areas, those pleasant memories of you guys training together, and just the laughs that you guys shared across your long journeys. And then immediately in those moments, a flash hits and you're right back to the spot where the battle axe cleaves straight through his chest. And the last image you see before you awake in a cold sweat is the look of total fear upon his face. Because he does not expect this to be his last moment. Bertrafine, for you, you've lived most of your life in the woods. Any sort of thought, you sleep just fine because you honestly have no idea what to expect. You've never lived a life where total war or anything of this matter was anywhere close to the thought that you had. So your sleep is nice and pleasant.
Nice.
You dream of your home in the woods, the familiar smell of the fresh grass after a rainstorm as you wake up, and just the warmth of the sun hitting your skin, and just remembering the pleasant feeling of the flowers as you literally kind of frolic around your flower fields with Chump and kind of just grow together. You've experienced battle before. It's been a long time and you've been away from it for a long time, but you are still also familiar with just what can happen. Especially as somebody who fought in the Battle of the Five Armies. You remember the gruesomeness that happened in that battle. Especially, you remember the feeling that you had when you looked up on the cliff and you saw Azog the Defiler run his blade through your king's chest. And remembering that feeling of just total dread when your king, who you held so high, was killed right in front of you and there was nothing you could do. Walda, I need you to roll a con save.
I don't like that. Just, like... We're not at an advantage anymore, are we?
No.
Oh my gosh, that's so far away. I got an 8.
An 8, okay.
Wait. Uh-oh.
So, your sleep is haunted with nightmares. As you go and you try to sleep, the only thoughts that are going through your head and the visions that are passing through you are ones where you just see the entirety of your home being destroyed. You remember back to when Smaug had destroyed the city already once before. And you remember the feeling of fear as you and your family ran and tried to find any sort of safety as Dragonfire rushed through and burned everything. And you remember just that immediate worry of, where's my parents, where's my family, where are my brothers? And while you were sleeping, you find it, well, while you try to sleep, you find yourself unsuccessful to do so, as every single time consciousness leaves your body, a flash comes in of a potential of seeing one of your brother's throats being slit open by an orc. And you are standing helpless at your windlamps, knowing there is nothing you can do to prevent this from happening. So I need you to take a point of exhaustion. Eagle and Animal Listener, unfortunately, battles like this and the cruelty of the shadow is just all too familiar to you guys. You guys have experienced the torture of the shadow and the horrors that come from the dark realm, that the only thing that the thought of this battle fills you with is excitement, because you are ready to just stick it to them. Eagle, you kind of sleep with Backbiter kind of wrapped up in a little cloth, and you're kind of cuddling it like a teddy bear.
That's how I always sleep, and I sleep like a baby.
And you just think with yourself. You have pleasant dreams of you running through orc armies, leaving a trail of orc corpses behind you. Specifically taking off many upon many heads. And you see running behind you, you have a small army of like 15 children, all with daggers, going through and cutting down as many other orcs as you see as well.
I'm so proud.
And you are ready to take on this challenge. Animal Listener, you've experienced so much. From the abuse of your past to being literally captured and your half of your face burnt by the shadow. You just think upon more and more of all the things you've studied, and you know that this is going to be the biggest battle that you have faced, but you still just have this uneasy feeling of peace at knowing that no matter what happens, whether it be your death or victory, you know that you're taking many, many orcs with you. Ormus, you kind of go from your trance back and forth, thinking back to when you were a battle medic in the Battle of the Five Armies, remembering all the times that you ran around the battlefield, healing your wounded elves and just trying to do your part to keep your friends alive. And as you think of the new companions that you have formed and the relationships that you have created throughout this journey, you have that same feeling of that same rush of wanting to help people, that same sort of feeling of I do not want any of my comrades to die. Go through your head. You go through, and even though you've literally had them memorized for over a millennium, you still go through and remember every single healing recipe and procedure in your head while you are tranced, making sure that there is nothing at all that you are forgetting before going into this battle. Welcome. You think back to your time in slavery, all of the things that you've learned. You think back to when you were initially joined the party. You think through all the struggles that you've been through as you attempt to sleep. And there's just this weird feeling that goes through your mind as you know that you're at a serious disadvantage right now. But you also know that there's nothing you'd rather do than stick it to the shadow for what they've done to you. And everything that you've gone through, everything that you've lost, your family, any potential of friendships, your own left arm, as just serving as a constant reminder for why you do what you do. And so even though you sleep, you still just feel just on fire and ready. As the sun rises on what you guys are prepared for as the day of the battle, you get up and you immediately begin to start suiting up. You guys all put your armor on, you get your weapons ready, you make sure you have an extra amount of arrows. Also, for all of you guys, just so that way I'm remembering this, for all of you guys who use bows and arrows, please double your arrow supply.
What if I
Yo,
use
I
a
already have 154.
Deanna's
puts me
gonna
over
have so
300.
many.
Wait, so do I double the orc arrows that I have?
No.
So just
If
the
you-
normal
Does
arrows.
anybody
Yeah,
else get
just
the
the normal
feeling that
arrows.
when he was narrating that?
What?
Does anyone else get the feeling that this is like you were narrating that thing and I'm like, this feels like the last episode of everything. Like just narrating it as like a perfect finale.
I just wanting you guys to get the adequate levels of stress before going into this.
You know,
Oh, it
this
worked.
very well could be the finale.
Oh, I
So-
know. I'm aware.
The first and the last stream ever.
No, it wouldn't be the first and last stream. This is just a one-time stream for this campaign.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
next
never
the next
mind.
time we stream, it's going to be a totally different campaign.
Yep.
So, okay. So, you guys all get yourselves ready to go, and you set yourselves up in your different positions. This is how I am going to be running this. Okay. So, how this is going to be working for the battle. When the battle specifically starts, I will have all of you guys roll at initiative. I will have all of you guys roll initiative. Not quite. But when you guys roll initiative, how this is going to work is I will be focusing on each individual character at their specific spots. You guys will each go through 5 rounds of initiative. It will be you guys, then the enemy, or whoever ends up going first. Okay. And the way that the initiatives are going to work, after 5 rounds, I will do a percentage roll to determine the other aspects of the battle that you guys are not in control of. Once that percentage roll happens, we will then move on to the next character. Does that make sense? Just so that way you guys get ample time to focus and we're not just stuck doing... I'm not going to be sitting through and doing over 1,000 initiative rolls. I am not about that. Because we would be here for quite some time. Okay. Yeah, and this would be... So can I have everybody except for Eagle, Aldor, and Animal Listener to please deafen, so that way you guys cannot hear what I'm going to be saying.
You don't want me deafened?
I do not want you deafened. The ones who I want deafened are Oramus, Bircherfeed, Walda. I think that's it. No, and Welcome. Okay, or at least taking headphones out or something. Okay, so, you 3. I am telling you guys this specific information because you guys are the most familiar with the way that orc battle lines function. As being people who have studied or fought orcs quite a bit. So, The army, as you guys know, is going to be controlled by one overlord, and he is sort of the overarching commander behind everything. The overlord is in command of 5 war chiefs, and each war chief has 2 captains to go with them. Okay? And sorry, Aaron, I can't hear you. Unless you're muted or something. I'm not hearing you. I can't hear you still.
Ah, come on.
Oh, there you go. I hear you now.
What? You good?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay. Can you start over?
Okay. The army will be controlled.
I should probably write all this down.
The army will be controlled by one overlord. Okay? The overlord is going to be commanding 5 war chiefs, and each war chief is going to be commanding 2 captains. So it will be 1 overlord, 5 war chiefs, and a total of 10 captains. And in combination, each of these captains and war chiefs will have their own small group. Well, and by small group I mean like at least 100 orcs. So that depends on what your definition of small group is. Okay.
Alex,
Yes.
so I had talked about Eagle sneaking me into the library before tonight.
Yep.
Last session, Waldo got me an extra journal and more ink. I used that journal and ink to copy my journal along with important pieces of my dad's journal, and I put them in that new journal. Last night, theoretically, Eagle snuck me into that library, and I stuffed that copy of my journal and my dad's journal on one of the shelves.
Okay.
That was all.
All right. Sounds good.
I suppose it is written in black speech.
Yes, it
I
would be written
suppose.
in black speech.
Is it written in the form of picture book?
Picture book black speech. Just the way we like it. All right. So, let's get this party started.
Oh boy.
All right, let's hopefully find the right music. Oh, here we go. This looks like this is gonna be a great time. Did it switch for people? Oh, estimated time until. Wait, we're just gonna do this. And redo it. Hold on. Gotta set the ambiance. Heck. All right, there we go. Oh, dang it, I don't want loop disabled. Perfect. Okay. So, you guys
put 16 pings.
what?
So you just casually put 16 pings.
I don't know.
It's okay, continue.
Confused. All right. So, you guys all position yourselves at the wall, or at your different spots around the town. you guys are all getting ready to now face this challenge. Can I please have everybody roll initiative?
Here we go. Good luck, everybody.
And please put your initiative rolls into dice rolls. Oh, snap. Okay. Okay, sorry for this taking a while. I'm just making sure that I get this all done properly. Okay. All right. Are you guys ready? So, starting off here, because nothing is in range yet, but yet they do have cannons. So, starting out here, we have at the, is there anybody at the water gate? Who's closest to the water gate?
Probably me or Eagle.
Because the water gate is at
Yeah.
18. Okay.
Because I'm I'm near the water gate, and so is Eagle. We're the two closest.
Got it.
Yeah, but I'd currently still be on 13, so I do have presumably one of my groups is stationed on 18, at least
Okay.
my side of it.
And presumably there's 25 people from my side of it on there. Granted, I'm not actually in charge, but
Yeah.
All right, cool. So as they start moving in, their cannons start firing upon the water gate. They start just absolutely pounding into the structure as you see the actual gate itself just comes toppling down. And for those of you guys who were kind of off to the side, not quite at the gate, but you can still see and you can hear the sound of just these loud booms of the sound of the explosions coming from the water gate. The side towers just get absolutely decimated, and the structure immediately falls. And you can see the gate itself does not last long at all. Even with the wall upgrades and stuff, the wall upgrades were still no match for the power of these cannons. These cannons just absolutely destroyed, and you just hear also just the sound of people yelling and screaming as people are just, after they get shot, you just see the corpses of the soldiers flying off of these structures and landing into the water as the city then gets is now being set ablaze by these cannons. All right, and we go up to the start of initiative. Animal listener, you are sitting at your spot. Cannons are firing upon the city. Take your first round.
I mean, people are still pretty far away, right?
Yes.
Boats are still far away. Okay. I will. Can I get a good view of 18 from where I'm at? I would still kind of be in Walda's house, so.
Yeah, pretty easy to do.
Okay. Which side of the tower was destroyed, or were both of them knocked?
Both towers are knocked.
Okay. Does it look like they're getting ready to rush people to the hospital?
You do see there are some people that are going through and rushing to the hospital.
Okay. I'll just wait for now.
Okay. All right, the second round comes through.
The ships are probably just too far away for me to hit, so.
Yeah, there's really nothing too much you can do right now. So, the ships are continuing to come through. And
I will take the dodge action.
Probably a good idea. And now that the structures itself has been destroyed, you notice the cannons start spreading out their fire a little differently. You take the dodge action. Does a 21 hit you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You take 15 points of damage.
Okay.
As just cannon starts firing, you see one coming in. It comes in a bit too close for comfort. You try to dodge out of the way. You're able to dodge the actual bulk of the cannon shot, but unfortunately, some of the debris flies off and kind of stabs into you. And so you just feel like just the pierce of these wooden shards just going into your skin kind of, and you can just, it doesn't feel pleasant, as if you just got like 100 splinters.
This is a mess.
Okay. Oh, Eagle, that'll be a natural 20.
What?
That's a natural 20 against you.
Am I also taking the dodge action / hiding in a building that's like really low and behind the walls?
Yes, but unfortunately a natural 20 is still a natural 20.
Okay. I take damage to the face.
That will be... Okay. That will be another 15 points of damage to you. as you kind of duck in, but just kind of like as you're kind of sitting there trying to take cover and not get hit by anything, a cannonball comes flying through and grazes across your shoulder. And well, even though it wasn't quite a direct hit, it still hurt like it hurt a lot. And so you kind of you feel just not only the sting of the cannonball going across your arm, but just the burn from the flames as it comes around, and you feel just the overall just heat of the area start to rise. That will be the end of the enemy's turn. Animal Listener, you're on your second round.
How far away are they?
They are now about 100 feet from the water gate itself.
Okay. I will leave Walda's house and move towards the water gate.
Okay. Easy enough to do. Are you going to take a dash action?
I will take... Yeah, I'll dash.
Okay.
Still kind of trying to hide from main thoroughfares, so I will take back alleys and docks to get there. I don't necessarily want to be spotted by a bunch of soldiers.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so you start moving.
I will make a point to hide behind something so I have full cover.
Full cover? Got it. What does full cover exactly do again?
Makes me technically unable to hit by ranged attacks.
Okay.
I think.
Eagle, are you also going to be
Arguably
taking
cannonball.
full cover?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just note that because you're not technically able to be taking a turn right now. Okay, so cannonballs come through on the next round. Some of them, again, more areas are just getting destroyed as the town is just getting decimated. There are just cannonballs being fired. Again, more areas of the town are being set ablaze. And you just continually hear the screams of soldiers as they try to do something to keep themselves alive, but they just don't anticipate these cannonballs. They come flying through one after another. And then eventually you start seeing soldiers peeking out from the buildings that are still standing as the boats get more and more in range, and they start firing arrows across. And some of them able to connect some shots, as you can look and see some of the orcs in their areas just getting killed, getting dropped in their ships. Some of the archers have even made, and they've taken little tubs of oil that they've set next to them that they've dipped their arrows in and set ablaze to start setting these ships on fire. You look and you see at least 2 of the ships go down. But yet eventually the first ship does make port and dock at the river gate, as now just orcs start emptying out into the city, and the battle is now ensuing. You hear the sound. For those of you guys who aren't over at the river gate, you can see the ships coming in. Your ears are ringing with the sound of cannon fire, and you just now start hearing a mixture between cannon fire, the sound of people screaming, the sound of the buildings burning, to now the sound of swords clashing, as you can just see the battle has been ruptured in full force. Animal Listener, third round.
Can I see a captain or a chieftain or anyone of importance?
Make a perception check for me, please.
Cool. A lot. Like 1 million.
Like 1 million? How much is like 1 million?
31.
31. All right.
I feel like there's a big difference between 1 million and 31, but okay.
I mean, in D&D, 31 is like practically.
In D&D.
Okay, so you look and you see emerging from his ship. Let me pull up my notes here. Emerging from his ship, you see a orc war chief that you recognize with his 2 captains, one on each side. You actually recognize him because of his look that he has. he's an orc that's clad in this long robe. You can see he's got a bunch of small spears around his back. He's got a spear in his hand, and on the blade, on the tip of the spear itself, you see just this green liquid kind of oozing from the spear, almost as if it was like a snake but made into a spear form. You recognize this war chief as Golek the Poisonous. As you've done your research, you remember hearing of Golek as somebody who, when he goes into battle, he comes through, he hardly ever says a word unless he's issuing orders, but typically he leaves minor wounds to his opponents and just lets the poison seep into their body and drive them mad with pain before they eventually die. And to his side, you see Nazluk the Clever, his captain, who you see an orc is clad in this heavy armor. He's got this sort of like a heavy armor, but also this deep cowl that kind of goes over it. And his whole chest is just lined. He's got a row of daggers across each side of his chest, and his belt is just lined with daggers. And then on the other side, you see his Grimscab the Nasty, who is this orc that has this ginormous mace in his hand, but you just see his body. It almost looks like his flesh is like practically rotting off, almost as if he had like leprosy. His skin is just absolutely disgusting, and you can see he's missing his left eye, and he's got this really gross pale skin, and you actually notice half of his left ear is totally gone.
Okay.
And you see as they all emerge from their ship, they're barking orders, and as soldiers come and try to attack, specifically Golek the Poisonous, you see Grimscab the Nasty immediately just stepping in, and with one swing of his mace, soldiers fall. And then if anybody gets even somewhat close to Nazluk, you just see him just with one flick of his hand. You can't even see the dagger leave his belt or his hand, but you just see the dagger go from his belt into the throat of the soldier within a snap of a finger.
Zabe,
Cool.
you have a challenger.
Is there like a platoon of archers around me?
Yeah, there's like a group. Well, there's a group of archers up in like the roof areas that are trying to do what they can to shoot at the orcs.
Okay. I try and get their attention and just literally yell, "Shoot those ones," and point towards the captain, or the war chief and the captains.
All right.
And then how far away from them are, or how far away from... Are they within 60 feet of me?
Not quite. They will be on your next turn.
Okay. I will kind of move and hunker down so I have relative cover. And I will start preparing Cause Fear
Okay.
to cast on Golek.
Sounds good. All right. Enemy's turn. Once again, you can just see as the orcs start pouring in and more people are trying to come through. Orcs are just, you can see the orcs are gaining the upper hand on this front of the battle. And it doesn't look like it looks like something drastic needs to change, and it needs to change quickly as the orcs are just coming through and just devouring people. Some of them literally are devouring people. And as another ship lands, you look and you see these massive Olag High that emerge from the ships. They've got these massive clubs in their hand. They're decked out in full armor. They have these massive helmets on. And you just hear them let out this massive roar as they just step off. And they look around, seeking for whatever enemies that they can prey upon. And for the ships that have docked, their cannons have ceased fire, but there are still more ships. In fact, you can see the ships now, after 3 of them have docked at the water gate, the ships are kind of splitting off to try and surround the city. Okay.
Okay.
Go for it. As far as what you can see, Golik, Nazlug, and Grimscab have not noticed you at all.
Okay. Cause fear is a saving throw.
Okay.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
What is the DC on it?
17.
He succeeds.
Okay.
Does he know
That
that
was
you
a held
attempted
action.
that?
It just has to be a creature within range I can see.
Okay. Does he know that you attempted to cause fear, or does it not say?
The spell does not specify.
Okay. Then we'll give it to you. So it is your fourth turn. He still does not know you were there.
I will cast Cause Fear again, but I'll do it at 2nd level this time, and I'll target Grimscab and Nazlug.
Okay.
So they both need to make wisdom saving throws.
And they both
DC
fail.
17.
They both fail. So you kind of, as you wave your hand, you just quietly mutter the incantation in black speech, and then you just see them both, as they go, they just kind of, and they both just turn and run, and you see Golik look back and is like, "Oi! You sharks, get back over here!" And they're just screaming, and they just keep running. And you see, is that your turn?
I'll kind of step out from where I was hiding at.
Okay, because they have to keep eye contact with you in order for the fear to keep going. All right, and as
just
you look,
mutters and curses in black speech.
Golik kind of turns around. He goes, and you just hear him. You would hear him yell. You kind of see him raise his fist up in the air, and you hear him scream out, "Glory to the dark lord!" As suddenly, Nazlug and Grimscab stop, and they turn around. And as Golik then turns back over, he makes eye contact with you, and points his spear right at your head, with his fist still raised up in the air. He doesn't say a word, but that is what he does. As now the battle continues to rage on, and you look, and now at this time it seems that the people of Laketown have finally found their courage, and they're starting to fight back. A lot of the orcs now are starting to lose their footing. A lot of them are beginning to be cut down, and it seems that as of right now the battle is slowly turning in favor. The Olag High, they try to get some sort of attacks going, but the people of Laketown immediately come together. They group up and surround the Olag High so that way it doesn't know what to do until it is too little too late. And it seems like the Olag High were just a waste of time as they are cut down virtually instantaneously.
Any of them.
And that will end that. You are now in your 5th and final turn, Ender. At least for this round.
Again, I just kind of try and get Archer's attentions. And I point directly at Golik.
Okay.
He's the leader. And then I will cast Ray of Frost on him.
Okay. Is Ray of Frost another saving throw?
Nope, that's an attack roll.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack roll.
Only a 15.
Only a 15? That'll miss.
No. I'm sorry. That's a 17.
17? That will still miss.
Okay. Then I'll turn around and start walking away.
Okay. All right. And then again, as the battle rages on, none of the leaders are able to get into your range. But still, the battle rages on. All of the ships now have kind of split and started heading off to different areas of the city. You notice there's one of them that has now docked at the river toll house. And orcs are beginning to pile into there. But even still, right now, holy cow! I rolled 6 dice and 3 of them were natural ones. You guys are welcome. As now the people of Laketown have started to really just get comfortable with everything, and they are beginning to push back. It seems that now the orcs have lost their position as they kind of pushed in a little bit closer in towards the market pool. It seems that the people have now pushed them back just quite a bit back a little ways, as the battle has now been contained now strictly in the area of 18 of the Watergate. But now for the rest of the ships, some are beginning to dock at 13 at the river toll booth. Some are beginning to dock over at the Glittering Gate. Some ships are beginning to dock closer over by Waldo's house. Some have also been docking over at the location of the old hospital. And you can see now it almost seems like orcs are piling into the city, and the battle has now begun raging in to its full effect. So, going into our next round of initiative, Aldor. As you look and you stand at your spot at the main gate, you kind of look out, and even though the battle kind of rages around from you, you look and you can see another troop of orcs coming marching down that main area.
Alright. The 2 cannons, there's people at the 2 cannons, right? There are people there?
What?
Okay, so like the 2 cannons are on both sides of this little archway, right?
Correct.
Okay, am I standing on the archway itself, or am I on the ground below?
Where would you want to be?
Well, I would position myself on the archway, so that way I'd be able to see what's coming.
Okay.
So, I guess, yeah, my first command would be to tell the 2 cannons to fire toward the enemies. I mean, would that actually be able to reach?
Yeah, I mean, the cannons have a pretty decent range, so they should be able to reach a little bit.
Okay, yeah, then I would order them to fire first shots.
Okay. They do so, and they decimate about 30 orcs.
And out of round estimate? Like, how many would I suspect they were there?
About 300.
Oh, so cool. I took out 1/10 of it. I don't know. Oh, I would stay where I'm at and just keep ordering them to fire.
Okay.
Basically, that's all I would be doing.
Okay. So as you can see, more of the orcs start coming in, and you look, and you can see kind of near the front, but also like at a kind of like scattered in there, you can recognize the look of the war chief, because he kind of stands out pretty well. You don't know who this war chief is, you don't recognize him, but he's wearing this this long robe, and you see there's two he's got a long crossbow. He's got this crossbow that is about the size of a shotgun that he has in his hands. And because of what he's got going, and he's got that in his hand, he's got about 4 quivers of arrows in his back. And you see to his left is this orc. You can't even tell if he's an orc. There's so much armor going on. He's taller than the war chief. He has this massive shield that starts about at his chest and goes all the way down to his shins. And he's got this giant spear in his right hand. And then you look and you see another orc, the other captain. He's got another crossbow in his hand. And you can see, as even though it looks like this guy should not be able to get a shot off, both of them knock crossbow arrows, and you just see the 2 guys who are right next to you drop as crossbows go straight in to these guys' heads. Just straight into their, like, straight square in the middle of the head. And you look and you know that these are that these are from these orcs, because there's no way that any orc should be able to make this shot. And now it has just happened right next to you. And it seems right now, though, you are holding your own at the gate. Okay, your second round.
Where would be my little like squadron that I'm commanding?
So some of them, you've got a group of archers that are up on the archway, but you also have right behind the main gate. Most of your troops are waiting right there with with swords and shields in hand.
Okay, now has the drawbridge been brought up or is it still down?
The drawbridge was up. The drawbridge is up.
Okay, cool. And are they close enough for archers to actually hit?
No, because of the drawbridge being up.
Gotcha, okay.
And now at this point, with the cannons firing, unfortunately they're not able to get a clear shot without destroying the parts of the drawbridge that are up.
Okay. You said, and okay. Oh, think here. I want to order two of the people who are like with sword and shields to make their way up to the cannons, but stay behind until I tell them to get ready to fire.
Okay.
And then I will hold my action until then.
Sounds good. Okay, so on the second round, the troops are coming in more. You see now as the two orcs with their crossbows, you look and you just see with these expert shots, they both fire and they cut the rope that holds the side of the drawbridge on your end up. And it immediately falls into place. And then the other side gets cut. And the drawbridge now connects. As then, the moment this happens, the orcs all immediately in the front line bring their shields up, similar to the way that they went onto the causeway at Helm's Deep. Some of the orcs have their shields out, some of them have their shields up, keeping themselves as protected as possible. And you see the orcs with the crossbows, after they shoot to drop the drawbridge, they just sneak and sulk back in, and you lose them in the lines of their own troops.
Gotcha.
It is your turn again.
Would it be possible to take the cannons and destroy the bridge?
It's possible.
I want to have the cannon on my left to just aim the cannon at the bridge, and then duck back down, and then basically whenever I see the first orc get to the bridge, I want to tell him to fire. The one on my right, I want to just fire at the front lines.
Okay. Okay. So they shoot, you see a couple more orcs, about 5 of them are dropped by one shot, and the second shot goes, unfortunately, as he's trying to still maneuver, the second shot goes a little wide and ends up going off the side. As the one shot that hits and takes out about 5, you notice the bridge kind of start to splinter and crack at that specific spot, and a hole is actually created in the bridge itself. Alright, third turn.
Alright, what about them?
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's right. It's their turn now. Ha! Thank you.
Yeah. Like, I don't go twice.
Okay. So what happens is now the two main orcs, they sneak out and they hear you giving your commands, and both of them aim their crossbows out at you.
Oh no! Why do they have
but-
my shield up?
First shot will be a 25 to hit,
Yeah, that hits.
and that will be. Whew! That's gonna sting. That'll be 17 points of damage.
Ooh. I gotta do math. Hang on. Okay.
Okay, and then that was one shot. The second shot was a 30 to hit,
Yeah. Yep.
and that
Not
will
even a
be,
competition.
That will be 15 points of damage.
Hmm.
Okay, and then more crossbows come flying in from archers in the back, but they just kind of sail up and over, and from what you can tell, your troopers are able to hold their shields up to protect themselves from the attacks from the crossbows from the enemies. But there's still cannon fire that's coming through. And you see a couple cannon shots are being targeted specifically at the gate itself. And so you notice as the gate gets slammed with this cannon fire, you feel the ground around you start to shake as the gate starts to slowly be turned into splinters from this cannon fire. It's pretty darn thick, but it may not last too terribly long.
Okay.
Now you can take your third turn.
Are they in archer range yet?
Yes, they are in archery range. Your archers have already begun opening fire.
Okay, good.
It seems to be ineffective though because of the shield line that the
Yeah.
orcs have put up.
I want both. Okay, so like, for the bridge itself, what is like keeping the two endpoints together?
What?
Okay, so the bridge, it was like, was it something that went like this, or was it something that went like this?
It went like this.
Okay, so what's keeping that middle section together?
So there's like 2 foot supports, so when they drop, they literally just kind of drop and sit right on top of each other, and there's like 2 legs right here on this part and 2 legs right here. So basically you can
Okay.
pick it up and move it, and it would still be able to stand on its own.
Gotcha. Okay. I am going to duck and cover behind whatever I can and have my cannons just continuously fire on the bridge.
Okay. Your cannons fire, and the bridge has now been destroyed. And the orcs are now forced to halt. And you see them all, and you hear the war chief yell, "Fall back! Back it up! We're not getting anywhere right now!" And you see their whole line start to turn and back off a ways. So
There's that.
that's gonna just go ahead and end your initiative rounds right now because they're backing out of cannon range. There's nothing more that can be done on either side.
I was figuring so.
Okay.
But hang on, wait. Can I say one thing that what I'm doing since initiative is gone, since that turn is gone for me? During whatever time I can, I will be working with my crew to help repair whatever.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Didn't you keep firing the cannon?
the orcs have gone out of cannon range.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would be still firing the cannon.
Your cannons,
As they were
however,
leaving, wouldn't there be an attack?
To say your cannons are firing from your cannons, and the ships that are near the main gate are currently locked in a fight.
That's why I said I'll be repairing what I can without,
Yeah,
getting
the
hit.
ships are winning. One of your cannons has been destroyed.
Wouldn't there be
One
an
of my
attack of
cannons?
opportunity?
Yes,
as
one
they
of your
leave?
cannons has been destroyed. No, because they're not leaving melee range.
Ah, shoot. So I have one cannon left.
Correct.
Okay.
All of the cannons at the water gate have also been destroyed. Okay, we now move over to Walda. Okay, Walda, you were at... Where did you say you were at again?
She's at
16, I think it's town hall.
Okay, you were at the town hall? Okay, so yeah, at your spot, you do see a ship that does land. And orcs start coming
Okay.
in.
Love that.
Let's see. Is it time? It is time to check and see if it is time. It is not quite time. Okay, you don't have to worry about anything right now. Okay, so as of right now, you are standing at your windlance and you see just orcs come running in and engaged into hard combat with some of the other soldiers. Some of them that aren't in your group, some of them that are. Your whole sort of tower just kind of becomes just basically like a porcupine, but rather than it just like of quills, it's just arrows flying out. It's actually quite beautiful sight to see.
Okay. For the record,
Ender, I like that idea. I'm gonna do that. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I assume I can just use my blessed bow and attack
Yes, you can.
anything. Okay, that's my plan.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
Do I need to roll a disadvantage because of the exhaustion?
Yeah, no, because it was only on ability checks.
Okay, cool. 25.
25, yeah, that'll easily hit. With that shot, you're able to take out one of the orc soldiers.
So I get, my notes say I have, like, damage, and then I also have cold damage.
Yeah, you would add
Do I
the
roll
cold
for both
damage
of
as
those?
separate. No, you would, what does it
Oh,
say to
okay.
add for the cold damage again?
1d4.
Yeah, so yeah, you would also roll a d4. That would be on top. So when you roll for damage,
Okey-dokey.
you would roll, but you wouldn't add your modifier to the d4. You would add to just, you would roll your regular bow damage for piercing, add your modifier to that, and then you roll the d4 for cold.
Okay. 14 damage.
14 damage. Okay, yeah, and with that shot, you're able to take out one of the orc soldiers that are engaged in combat with somebody else on the ground right now.
Cool.
Ah, yes. Okay, so is that going to be your turn?
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't you have a
Thank
giant
you.
wind razor or something?
Oh. What? Who are you talking to?
You. Don't you have a giant crossbow?
yes, she does have the
I
wind
do,
lance.
but I'm trying, I think, well, I don't know, I'm trying to just take out stuff. As far as I know, there's not really anything that is, like, huge that I need to take out yet.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken.
As of right now, there's nothing that your Wind Lancer would be able to hit because the Wind Lancer is set up to take out things in the air.
Okay, yeah. Also, I have extra attack, so I want to use that. I forgot
Okay,
about
go ahead and roll another attack.
that. 12 to hit.
12, that will miss.
Okay, that's what I thought.
As you go to take the shot, you try to make sure that you can hit something, but unfortunately, just with the chaos of the combat, you're scared that your shot is going to hit one of your own troops, and you are not about that.
Okie dokie. Alright, then I'm good.
Alright, so on the first turn here for the enemy, you look and you see one of these ships land. And emerging from the ship, you see this one orc. Literally all he's got is a cloth and a helmet. And he's got these 2 hatchets. He comes running out, and you just hear him let out this loud and just starts going through with these 2 hand axes and just starts cleaving people. And it is messy. And just kind of occasionally you see him stop, and he just kind of like licks the blade of the hand axes and then just keeps on going. And you see another orc that comes out. He's got this javelin in hand, and as any orc comes in, as any soldier comes in to try and fight him, he just runs his javelin through, picks the guy up, shoves the corpse onto the ground, and just keeps going. And then you see this massive Olag high that has this giant battle axe that as he comes through, just with one swing, you see him cleaving the soldiers of Laketown in half with one swing from his battle axe. And you notice as some of the other soldiers around you just start running and screaming in fear, trying to figure out some way to maintain this battle. But with these orcs, it just seems like nothing is able to hold them back right now. The soldiers down below are just suffering a lot. That will be the turn. Go ahead and take your second turn.
Alright, I want to attack one of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Whichever one it looks like I would be able to attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
I got a natural 20
That'll
to hit with my attack bonus for 30. Yeah.
Sorry, did you say how much damage that was?
Nope, I'm mouthing.
Okay.
15 damage.
15 damage. All right. So you go and you take the shot, and you see as the orc with the 2 hand axes, just the arrow kind of sinks into his shoulder, and he doesn't even seem like it hit him. He just keeps on laughing and keeps on slaughtering.
Okay, I'm gonna attack again.
Okay, go ahead and roll another attack.
24.
24, that will definitely hit.
$15 damage.
Okay, another 15 damage. All right, and again, it just seems like he doesn't even know what's going. He doesn't even seem like these arrows are even hitting him. He is just happily merry on his way, hacking and slashing and cleaving through every single thing that is going on. All right, so now we go into the secondary turn of the enemies, and as you guys hear from all of you guys hear from the distance coming in, you hear the sound of this horrid shriek. Some of you guys know these shrieks all too well. Welcome, you feel this chill go up your spine as the familiar shriek of the ringwraith circles comes into your ears. And you guys look up and you see 4 Nazgul come flying in from the different directions. They swoop down and they pick up some of their soldiers, carry them off a ways into the lake, and just drop them. And with the sound, I need everybody to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Would this one be at a disadvantage for me?
Nope, you're good. The only thing you have disadvantage on is a check.
Do
Okay.
Eagle and I have advantage? Because this presumably isn't the first time we've dealt with these things.
Nope, you guys do not have advantage. Go ahead and put your things in dice rolls for me as well. Okay, Welcome and Oramus, you guys succeed. Okay, Welcome, Oramus, and Ublok succeed. Everybody else.
I'm not
guys-
going insane yet, boys.
Wait, hold on. I misrolled. We're gonna do it this way. This is better. You guys take... $25 points of psychic damage.
Curious.
As just you guys hear the shriek ringing, your head just starts pounding as these shrieks are so loud, and your ears just start to ring. You notice some of the soldiers from Laketown, you can see blood starting to kind of trickle down from the sides of their helmets. They begin, like, their ears just, like, you just feel the piercing screech of the ring wraith come through. All right, go ahead and do your next turn, Walda.
All right. Can I attack them with a bow, or do they need to be hit a specific way?
I mean,
Like,
you
can I
could
attack them
shoot
with
them
my
with the bow,
buff?
but the wind lance would be more powerful.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the wind lance would
I'm
be a
gonna
better
do that.
option. Okay, go ahead and roll an attack with the wind lance. With the wind lance, go ahead and add basically as if you were attacking with your bow for your attack bonus, but then also add a +5 to that.
Which bow?
Just like a regular bow. So like if you were using, so like your enchanted
My
bow
great bow?
gives you, yeah. If you were using your regular great bow.
25.
25 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Damage for this will be 6d10 plus your dex mod.
$60, 10 plus dex?
Do you need some D10?
No, I have 3. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Ender, thank you for keeping up on those important dice rolls in chat.
29 damage.
29 damage. Okay. That. Oof. Rough roll.
Not really.
It's like 29. That seems a little light for 60-10. But I guess the max is 60, so. Yeah. Okay, so you fire the wind lance. The wind lance sinks into the one beast. You hear it let out this little, but it still keeps flying around.
I want to attack it again.
Okay, go ahead and roll another attack.
16 to hit.
16 just hits these things.
Good. Oh, yikes. $22.
22. Okay, so you hit it with the
First
20.
roll was all ones.
Was all ones? Rip. So
Yeah.
you go, the 22 sinks into this beast. You hear it kind of, as it kind of shrieks again. You notice it kind of flap, and it turns and flies off into the distance and disappears. Okay. Okay. And as you look and as you take out one of them, you notice another one tries to swoop in to take out your wind lance.
Yeah.
Does a 20 hit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You take 19 points of slashing damage. and I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Oh, great. Seven.
7.
Yeah.
That's a little unfortunate. Okay, so the beast swoops in. It takes out your wind lance with its claws. You feel its claws kind of dig into your chest as it then picks you up and lifts you off into the air.
Okay.
So you are now grappled by this beast, and it is your turn again. What are you doing?
How is it holding me?
It's so
Like,
the beast
can I
itself.
still move my arms?
No, you're totally restrained by this thing.
I don't even know what I can do. Is there any way I can try and attack this thing?
So the best thing I could recommend for you is you could bite it.
That doesn't seem very effective.
You can certainly try it.
Are we like really high in the air?
You're about 80 feet from the lake.
That's like 10 stories-ish. 8 stories. Okay. Are we above water?
Yeah, you're above water.
Okay, I'm just gonna like thrash around and see if I can get it to drop me.
Okay, make a strength check.
Oh no. Now this is a disadvantage.
This is at disadvantage.
Oh god. 7.
7. You wiggle and try and get free, but it is it literally just doesn't even seem like any effort is being made. Like, doesn't seem like it's struggling at all to hold on to you.
Okay.
Okay, that'll end your turn. The Nazgul keeps flying, but for some reason doesn't want to drop you. It starts kind of circling. It continues to circle around the town a little bit, and then it actually starts to carry you off down south towards the area where the orc ships came from. It's your turn again.
We're really far away from Laketown now, aren't we?
You're about 200 feet from
Like,
the
not
actual
swimming
town
distance.
itself. I mean, you have to swim 200 feet, but you're also still 80 feet above it. You're about 80 feet, so you're pretty, yeah.
Do I still have my weapons on me?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna let it take me, I guess.
Okay.
There's not a lot I can do.
Okay, so you now are carried off by this thing, and that will
Fantastic.
end where you are at.
Love
All right.
that.
Up next, we have Wilcom, we're going to actually just go ahead and do Wilcom and Oramus together, since they're literally in the same spot. Okay, so as of right now, you guys hear the sounds of the battle raging on, and you notice a little bit some enemies get decently close to the hospital but are warded off pretty quickly, and it seems right now that the majority of the battle is being contained away from the hospital. There are troops that are being brought in that need to be tended to, and they're coming in pretty hefty. Like, you guys probably get about 5 or 6 every couple of minutes.
Um, can I look at what type of wounds most of them are?
Yeah, majority of the wounds are either a sort of pierce wound, a puncture wound, a slashing wound, or any sort of like blunt force wound. It's mostly like your typical battle wounds. There aren't any obscure wounds that you would be dealing with.
All of the, I guess, simple wounds all send for the other people helping with the hospital to deal with. Are there any
Good.
that have any special case other than just like basic piercing or slashing?
None that you can see right off the top of your head. None, well, not off the top
So-
of your head. Wow, brains. There's like, for the most part, if anything gets more complex, it's just gonna be like a deeper gash, or like a broken bone or something.
So none of them have been poisoned
It,
Stream on the
that are at the
or
hospital?
yeah, there are some that do have poison in them. Yes.
monitor that's hooked up to it.
Okay, and can I tell this?
Make
Like,
a medicine
that they've
check.
been... Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah, you can tell if there's
Yeah,
poison.
yeah.
Alright, for those, I'm going to apply some King Cup,
Okay.
and what that would do is it draws out all of the poison, and essentially they're healed for whatever damage the poison has caused them.
Okay.
So they heal all of that.
Okay.
So
Easy
how
enough
many
to
were
do.
there?
There were 8 that were poisoned.
Alright, and I assume there was some King Cup at the hospital?
Yes, there were. Yes, there was about 30 things of King Cup that were at the hospital.
Cool.
Okay, so you treat some wounds, more enemy, but as of right now, yeah, as of right now, it seems that like the battle is being contained by the other soldiers, and it doesn't seem like anybody is going to be a direct threat to you guys at this time.
Can I run a perimeter just in case?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Right. That would be a. That would be an 18 for
18.
perception, and 25 for stealth.
Okay. So as you kind of go and you make your perimeter check, you look around and you don't. You look around and you can definitely see the battle raging on all across the different areas. You see the Nazgul flying around, and it seems that the Nazgul are a lot more focused on the areas of more intense combat rather than swooping in and trying to take you guys out. And you also can tell that with the battle, it seems to be mostly contained. It's hard to really tell who's ahead and who's behind, but it is at least contained and away from the hospital.
Do I see them take Deanna away?
No, you wouldn't be able to see that.
Dang it.
Okay.
Alright, other than that, I'll help escort people, like, to wherever they need to be at the hospital.
Okay, easy enough to do, and we're gonna go ahead and keep moving with next group, because you guys are just, I'm assuming, would just keep on rinsing and repeating that cycle. Alright, Bertrafeed! Which I don't know if he can hear me right now, because he took his headset off. I will ping him.
Everybody just start waving. Maybe he'll notice us.
Up.
Alright, Bertrafeed! You are chilling on your
Sam was
wind.
distracting me.
Oh. You were chilling on your windlance, and you see the Nazgul come in. You can see off in the distance as Walda's windlance has been destroyed. And as of right now, you can't see any sign of Walda.
How many of them are left in the air?
One of
So
them have
just two of
taken
them?
off. One have taken off. Yeah, two of them have taken off. There's still two of them left in the air.
All right. I will shoot at one of them.
Okay,
Whatever-
go ahead and
whichever
roll an
one's-
attack.
That's a 4.
Or yeah, that'll miss.
Well, yeah. I have my extra. Does that extra attack? Does that count towards win?
Yeah, you can attack again. Shoot again.
That'll be an 18 to hit.
18. That'll hit.
Is
So 60-10.
60 10.
60-10 plus your dex mod and your proficiency bonus.
I gotta write this down. That sucks. 17 plus 22. That was terrible.
Okay. Ow, I hit my knee on the table. Okay. So you fire, and the wind lance goes and it hits the Nazgul, and you hear it kind of shriek out in pain, but still continues to keep on flying around.
Right.
And now
Is that
that will be your
next
turn, unless you want to leave your wind lance.
No, I think I'm gonna shoot at it again.
Okay, well, that'll end your turn then. So on your next turn, you'll be able to shoot at it again.
Oh.
Because your extra attack, you can only your extra attack only allows you to attack twice per turn. Okay, so did I give you anybody? I didn't. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, but now you have the Nazgul is not actually swooping at you directly. But you do notice that it is going and swooping in and taking out some more of your allies and carrying them off and then just dropping them into the lake. And for those of you guys, yeah, so go ahead and roll to shoot them again. They're not really coming after you directly right now.
Alright. That is a 13.
13? 13 will miss.
I am not rolling great. Extra attack again, right?
Yep.
That's a 19.
19 will hit.
Right.
That was a nice ASMR can opening.
Uh, 27.
27. Okay, you sink this second shot with the wind lance, and the Nazgul screeches, and the beast then it has to turn and fly away.
Okay, is that only my turn? I'll stay at the wind lance.
Okay, and again, the Nazgul are coming around, swooping in, taking out more and more people. To give a quick status update on the battle. Right now, it seems that the people of Laketown are able to be holding out. They're actually starting to now over on the side of the water gate. It seems that they have pushed the orcs, back to the point where some of them have even retreated back into their ships, while others are still trying to come in again. And other areas are being docked at, but they're not able. The orcs are not able to get any sort of foothold within this area. They're being stuck just on the whole outskirts of the city.
Alright, then I'll shoot at the next one then.
Okay, go ahead and roll an
With the
attack.
wind lance. Natty 20.
That'll definitely hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Great. Uh, 30.
30. Okay, you take a shot, and it screeches out into a lot of pain, but it's still flying around.
Extra attack then.
Yep, go ahead and shoot it again.
15.
15 will just miss.
Alright, that'll end my turn.
Okay, now this Nazgul is gonna come after you. Does a 24 hit?
24 does hit.
Okay. I thought I heard a door open. Okay, you take... Wow, that was weak sauce damage. You take 11 points of damage, and I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Nine.
9? Okay, you fail. You have now been grappled by the Nazgul. All right.
Did it bring me over the water?
Yeah, it is bringing you over the
Or is
water right
it
now.
Still...
Yeah, it's taking you in the same direction that one of the that they've all flown off in.
I will attempt to wriggle my way out.
Okay,
Assuming I am
make a
just
strength
as stuck
check.
as it was. 13.
13 does not succeed. Do you want to try again?
Yes, I will try
Okay.
again.
This is your last round. Go for it.
16.
16 succeeds. So as you go, you start to kind of wiggle, and you kind of push a little bit, and you think, and you eventually are able to muscle your way. You break through the talons of the Nazgul, and you immediately start to fall. You feel the wind starting to rush up on your face. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Easy. That is a 13.
13. Okay. You kind of go and you spin and you maneuver your way around, and you kind of pencil dive into the water, and it doesn't really feel very good. You try to do what you can to avoid the damage, but it still does not feel very good. Wow. You take 10 points of falling damage. All right, and with that, we're going to go to a quick intermission because it is, as we love to say, pizza time. So we are going to take a little bit of time to also just kind of relax, take a pee break, and we will come back with more of the Battle of Laketown. If you guys... just a couple of quick things before we turn it over. Down below, we have our channel panels. We have a link to our Discord. We also have a link to our YouTube channel where you can see the trailer for this if you haven't seen it already. There's also a link to our Twitter and just other things that you can click on to just go ahead and get involved with everything that is going on within the OverHill and UnderHill community. And also just be able to hang out and meet people and just meet all of us and just have a good time. So definitely recommend that. And with that, we will turn it over to an intermission, and we will see you guys back here in 15-20 minutes ish. Okay, we are now out, so we can go get pizza. All right, hello guys. Welcome back to the Battle of Laketown, brought to you by OverHill and UnderHill. Where we left off, the battle had begun, and we had some people who had started their different encounters and were starting different areas of the battle. Now, yes, I know that not everybody is back, but we are just gonna go ahead and get started, and the rest of the cast members will come in as they come in. So we just finished up with Bircherfeed, and we are now going to go back as we continue on to our initiative order with Eagle. So.
I stab an orc.
Whoa, what? Okay, so Eagle, are you on the river trade toll house area, or are you off of it?
Well, I'm slightly confused as to the timeline here. I mean, I would have been on 13. I'm on the toll thingy.
Okay.
At the start of the fight, with presumably about 25 people. But if we started taking cannon fire, I mean, I guess we'd have hunkered down and waited till orcs actually showed up, but I just started sending most of them back.
Okay. So yeah. I missed something from Deanna's screen. I'm a little confused, but okay. Anyway, so
Don't worry about it, Alex.
well, I don't have time to worry about it right now. Okay, so yeah, the orcs start coming down and like coming in and attacking you guys, and some of your guys start leaving, and some of your guys stick around for a little bit as there are orcs in their way, but then eventually they do take off. And you are now the only one left. After you stab a couple of... Oh, go ahead and roll to stab an orc.
Sure. Do I have advantage from hiding?
Yes.
That's a 27.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That'll be 19 damage.
Okay. You kill an orc.
Perfect. What is the situation? So I'm just like, I'm alone on the island and there's orcs, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. How many, like, I don't know exactly what the layout is, but, like, can I see, are more orcs about to land on the island?
As of right now, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, it looks like, for the most part, this is going to be the amount of orcs on this island, so I might as well just blow it up and jump off.
Yep.
Okay. Then that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Unless, because, yeah.
So you blow it up?
Yep.
Make a dexterity save for me.
Sure. Do I have advantage?
Correct.
He wasn't blowing himself up, Alex. Just the island or the toll
Correct.
house.
Yeah.
22.
22. Okay. Yeah, you succeed. So yeah, you blow all the things up. The toll house goes off in flames, and you are able to make it out without any sort of without any damage to yourself. and many, many orcs go up in flames.
Perfect.
Actually, hold on, let me roll something quick. Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
This was my roll. I don't know if you can see. That's not right. So that was on that dice, a 20.
Uh-huh.
And that was on this dice, a 20.
I don't know what that means. I don't have the context.
That means you've killed both captains.
Oh. I nailed it, boys.
So that means that both
Do it
Grimscab,
again.
Grimscab the Nasty and Nazlug the Clever are both dead.
Perfect.
Do it again.
Let's do more of that blowing up stuff.
Well, I feel like I'm out of blowing up stuff to do. But from here, it's pretty obvious to
Do it anyway.
that like... I mean, I guess I would immediately try and just locate the next most important orc.
Okay, and that would be Golik.
So, I mean, I'm gonna start stealthily making my way towards him. I mean, kind of like, you know, obviously hiding, stabbing an orc, hiding, stabbing an orc, my way towards him. I don't know how long that'd take or how far of a distance we're looking at here.
It would take about 2 turns by the time you would get to him.
Okay. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm moving in that direction.
I need to make updates to the numbers here. Because there are not as many orcs left as I still have on my note. Okay. So yeah, you sneaky stab. With the said sneaky stabby, the other orcs have noticed that their 2 captains have been killed, and they're kind of starting to panic. And so you've noticed that this entire area, animal listener, you would notice this as well. With the whole area, you're noticing just a total like overhaul of the people of Laketown are just totally taking over. And then eventually,
my boys.
And then eventually, you do make it to Golik.
Cool. So how many rounds am I into here?
This would be your 4th round.
Okay. And do I know anything about Golik?
You know that he wow, that is a word. Specializes in poison.
Yes.
No. Yeah,
do I know his weaknesses?
His weaknesses. You
Is
know.
He more guy flies.
How many Shadow of War references can we make in one campaign?
I mean, until I run into the orc that is terrified of more guy flies, I have to keep asking.
He is not terrified of more guy flies, but you do know that he is. If somebody gets close to him, they're pretty much donezo. Or he's pretty much donezo.
Maybe they're both pretty much done, so I get closer.
Nice.
I mean, I'll do my best to stealth right up to him and stab him, honestly.
Okay.
Unless there's...
Make a stealth check for me. I realized I didn't have you do that before.
Ooh, it's pretty good. $28.
What was your stealth check?
28.
Okay. Yeah, you're hidden.
Perfect. I mean, do I get right up behind him?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack with advantage.
I will do so. Wow. I rolled 2 4s. So it's only a 14 to hit.
14 does not hit.
Does a 16 hit if I switch my...
A 16 does not hit.
Okay, didn't think so. I'm going to use extra attack and just make another attack on him.
Okay.
Am I retaining my advantage or not?
No, your stealth would be broken.
Does a 21 hit?
A 21 will hit, yes.
Perfect.
Gosh, what has happened here? Okay.
We lost someone in the Discord, Alex.
Yeah, Aaron's Discord stopped working. So now I have to go through and recrop everything.
Like, stop working how? Is he not going to be able to use his own computer?
No, he will not be able to use his own computer.
That's fun.
Okay, bear with us, folks. Actually, I'm just gonna... All my life just flashed before my eyes. I thought OBS just crashed on me. I totally lost an entire screen. Where the heck? There it is. It's hiding. Okay, I'm just gonna quick toss it over to a quick intermission, everybody, just while we get this all figured out. We will be right back. Oh, that's the wrong screen. There we go. Okay, thank you. We're back. Sorry about that. Just wanted to get things reset to make sure that everything was good to go. Okay. Save you, stabby. How much damage did you do again?
16.
16? Got it. Okay, and then that was your 4th round.
I am going to go ahead and use my action surge, though, and just make 2 more attacks right away.
Okay, go for it.
And I rolled a 3rd 4 just for you. A natural 20?
Hey!
$15 damage.
Oh, save. Poor
But
man.
because I rolled a crit, any orcs within 30 feet of me are now frightened unless they make a saving throw.
Ah, what's the DC on the saving throw?
DC 17. Because I
Only
crit
one
an
of them
orc.
succeed. Actually, wait, I still have 5 more rolls to make. Yep, literally only one of them succeeds. 9 orcs run away.
Perfect. That's just the way I like it.
And so now, the only one who's now right there with you is Golik. And Golik is going to attempt to stabby you. That will miss. Second attack will be a 21. Does a 21 hit?
That does hit because I'm no longer outnumbered.
That will be 15 points of slashing damage and 6 points of poison damage. And I need you to roll a con save.
Low roll. It's only a 7.
Only a 7. 7, you fail. So you are now poisoned. And you, so as Golik kind of comes through, he kind of just gives you, he's like stabs you and kind of gives you just a slight cut on the side, but you just not only wince from just a feeling of the gash, but you also just sort of feel like part of your body just really just start to kind of like you just feel yourself just immediately becoming weaker.
Wonderful.
Like almost you just start feeling a lot more tired.
Is it my 5th round then?
Yes, it is your 5th round.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 attacks on him.
Okay, go ahead and make your 2 attacks.
Ooh, that'll be a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Um, 14 damage.
Okay.
My second attack be a 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Cool. $13 damage.
13 damage. Okay. Golik is still alive. He seems to be able
All right.
to take these blows pretty well. Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage, and then
Okay.
try and run off. Can I see animal listener?
How are you like trying to be hidden, Ed?
I just started walking away from him. I wasn't being sneaky at all.
Okay, so yeah, you can see him.
Okay, is he within 30 feet of me?
Not quite. He's about 60 feet away.
Okay, that's fine. I'll pretty much just go straight towards him. But I will
Sounds
use
good.
5. I will use 5 of my movement to duck completely behind a house and get full cover if I can.
Sounds good. Okay. All right, and Golik is going to try to get around to you, but well, he's gonna actually try and throw a spear, but because full cover, he misses both times, and that will end his turn, and he will then move into his 5th round. So you can go ahead and take your 5th round turn, Eagle.
Oh, I thought that was my 5th round.
Oh, was it? Yes, it was. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. Up next, we got I. Look at that cute smile. All right. So I'm trying to remember where you are. Oh yeah, you're over at the town watch barracks. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, the prison has filled with orcs, and sort of like your little side coastal area has starting to fill up with orcs as well, as more kind of have docked, and then there have been cannon fire that's been showing up as well. But as of right now, the battle seems to be literally dead even. You can't really tell. It doesn't really seem like the people of Laketown are winning or the other way around. It just sort of seems like it's staying dead even. I can't hear you, Sam. There you go.
So are the orcs or that prison completely full of orcs?
Yes, it is completely full of orcs.
All right, I'll load up.
All right. Let's see here. Go ahead and roll some damages. Grab a lot of d10s. Only like, 10. And I have to roll them twice.
What do I have to roll?
Oh no, I'm rolling damage for it because I have to roll 20 d10.
Oh, okay, sweet.
So I'm just doing that. Yeah, a lot of orcs die. Okay, and you're able to kill one of the captains that docked at your area. Wait, which one did you have? That's who you had. Okay. Okay. So yeah, your first round, you take out a lot of orcs.
So is that just an action, or can I use an extra attack as well?
You can still attack. That won't be your action.
All right. So what does my area look like now?
Your area now looks like you've kind of taken control because a lot of the orcs were really surprised by the explosions going off, and you've now kind of started to take control.
Are there any real big boys?
There are 2 big boys. One of the big boys is an orc that is wielding a sword and shield. Doesn't really is fighting with a lot more of a defensive war style. And yeah, that's the only that's the only big boy you can see right now.
All right. Is he near?
Yeah, he's like 20 feet from you.
Got Ubok and say, let's sick him. Let's go get him.
Oh, I'm gonna sick him! Okay.
Uh,
And you guys go ahead and flank him. Go ahead and roll an attack.
do I get advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Does a 21 hit?
Yes, a 21 definitely hits. Oh, no,
17.
17, okay. And Ooblock is going to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 29, plus his modifiers. He's gonna do 29. That'll be... What's your guys' proficiency bonus again? I can't remember off the top of my head. 4? Okay, that'll be 38 points of damage.
Attaboy. Alright, that'll end my turn.
Okay, yeah, this guy's gonna fight you now. That'll miss. Second attack, that'll miss. Action surge, that'll miss. And that'll miss. Yeah! Go! Attack him again.
Attack him?
Yep.
Oh, Ooblock is?
Yeah, Ooblock is attacking as well. Both of you go ahead and roll.
Oh. Is a 16 hit?
Oh, man. 16 does not hit. That's 18, 20, 25, 28. That'll be 37 points of damage on Ooblock's attack. What did you roll to hit on the second attack?
I missed.
Okay. Alright, this guy's still kicking. He's gonna attack you again. Miss. Miss. Go ahead and roll in another attack. I am rolling terribly.
Alright, that'll be 25.
That'll hit. And Ooblock will hit again as well.
I'll do 15.
Okay.
Wait.
And Ooblock will do 10, 15, 20, 24. 24 plus 9 is 33. And then you did 15, Sam?
Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
I want to look around at the other orcs and then chop his head off.
Okay. You decapitate the war chief, and all of the other orcs go into a big panic, and they turn and run.
Are they like jumping into the lake, or what are they doing?
Yeah, some of them are like jumping into the lake, some of them are getting back on their ships and sailing away. And they're just all just like, we out.
Any of them stay in the fight? Because I have an extra attack.
Yes, there is one staying to attack. He's a bigger boy who is wearing, he's got this really deep cowl on, and he's got a dagger in his hand. And the only reason he is sticking around and is actually visible is because everybody else has turned and ran.
Beautiful. I will go look at Ooblock and say, let's sick him. And then you'll try and sick him.
Okay.
There's a 17 hit.
A 17 hits.
Cool.
Ooblock is way too busted. Holy cow.
I did 14.
14. Okay. Ooblock has done 5, 10, 15.
12.
15 plus 7 is 22. Plus 9 is 33. 30 something. 30 what?
31.
31. Okay. And because this boy was not meant to be fought directly, Sam, how do you want to do this?
Chop his head off again. Chop his head off.
Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. And you have chopped his head off, and about 250 orcs have now taken off running.
Is there anybody nearby?
Your entire district is clear, other than the orcs that are running. I did not anticipate Ublok doing over 30 points of damage every single roll.
Hey, that's just what a beast he is. Alright. What's it looking like near the
Alright.
next district?
Make a perception check.
Is Ublok helping me?
Yes, he is.
$23.
23? Okay. So you take a look around and you notice that pretty much every other district right now is at a point where the battles are the sort of like the small skirmishes have kind of just been won by Laketown. And you notice that really the only spot that really is still seeing a lot of combat is the area where Waldo was at. That is the only spot that's still taking much combat.
Alright. I'll look at all my troops and be like, that way. And start running that way.
Alright.
Do I have any turns left, or?
No.
What's going
That
on
was
there?
your 5th round.
Okay.
Absolutely ridiculous round. Was not expecting that at all. Initiative. Alright. And we now pop up to the top of the order. Animal Listener. Your first round.
Okay, I will. Can I see Golik?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I will walk towards him, / towards Eagle, and I will kind of duck behind the alley that Eagle is behind, and use my action to cast Ice Blade,
Okay.
which is variant of Flame Blade.
Yep.
So I produce this frozen scimitar. And I look at Eagle. Ready?
I show you my slightly gaping wounds. And then say yes.
That's a bonus action, so I'll reach out and use Hands of the Healer on him. Which is a D8, I think. Tim, help me. What are Hands of the Healer? Are they D8s or D10s?
Yours will be a D8.
Okay. And I'll heal you for 9 hit points.
Cool.
Alex,
are for 20.
Are Eagle and I going at the same time, since we're next
Yeah,
to each
since
other?
we're
Yes,
right next
yes.
to
You
each
guys
other.
are going in at the same time now.
Okay. So that's my action and bonus action.
Okay. Are you moving at all?
I moved up towards Eagle.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, Eagle, you're up.
I mean, if Animal Listener is here backing me up, I guess I'll just go right back out there and stab the guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the stab.
Do I feel like there's any way I could get to him and hide along the way for advantage?
Yeah, you would have to. Yeah, you can do so. There are buildings that you can use to sneak around.
Okay, then I would use my bonus action to hide on the way.
Okay, make a stealth check.
26.
Yeah, you are hidden.
Cool. So my attack's with advantage then?
Yes.
Perfect. It's a 26 to hit.
Yeah, 26 will hit.
Perfect. That'll be 16 damage.
Okay, Golek is still alive. He's looking rough, but he's still alive.
Alright, I'll make my second attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
28 to hit.
That'll hit.
15 damage.
15 damage. Okay, how do you want to do this?
I'll just come ghosting right out of a building, come up behind him and just 2 real quick stabs, one up through essentially his kidney up his back, and then I'll just spin around and stab him up the other one.
Alright, pretty easy to do. And with that, Golek is dead.
Perfect. Are the orcs still scattered then?
Yeah, they're all taken off.
Perfect. I look for higher ground to see where fighting is still happening.
Okay. Yeah, and the only spot where fighting is still happening right now is over where Waldo is at.
Then I will start making my way that direction.
Alright. Next up in the initiative order, Aldor! We are back to you. You have gone and made some repairs on the gate, and some orcs have tried to come by to maybe try and make like a makeshift bridge, but every single time they try to do so, you're just blasting them with the cannons. They can't seem to find any sort of way to get in. You've got your one cannon left.
Did I end up repairing the second cannon, or that one still out of commission?
That one was damaged beyond repair.
Okay, so it's just the one still.
Yeah, it's just the one.
And what about the ship that it was in a shoot-off with?
You destroyed it.
Sweet.
So, yeah, overall it's been, as time has gone by, to give you guys an idea, I've left like the results of the battle up to percentage rolls. If it was above 50, it was going to be in favor of you guys. If it was below 50, it was going to be in favor of the orcs. I rolled a 98.
Oh!
Like, well, alrighty then. These rolls are not good for me. So yeah,
No.
At this point, the orcs that are over at your area have kind of just given up and retreated.
Sweet. So they're just like, how many are there actually? Like, is there any still there, or are they just all gone?
No, they're all gone. You've won that because they could not get past your cannon defense.
All right, I'm going to leave my archers and my cannon there. I'm going to leave one of my other people in charge. Like, I'm going to leave the cannon guy in charge of that whole area there,
Okay.
and I'm going to take my foot troops and move on and move to a place. Would I know what place needs the most help?
Yeah, you can tell just as you look around, you can see that most of the fighting is still centered around that one specific area that's not actually too far from your position.
Okay, then I'm going to take my foot troops and head on that way.
Sounds good. All right. And next up, Walda.
Oh, wow.
Hey, that's me.
That is you. So, you have been carried off by the Nazgul. And what happens is they take you away. They set you down. They don't drop you. They set you down on the ground, and you see the ring wraith dismount from the Nazgul and look at you. It has its sword drawn, and it says, "Tell me what you know of the animal listener."
Is that all?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to take out my bow and attack.
Micah, that
reaction?
face
That
palm.
looks like a bad idea.
No, I'm just laughing at Micah's face palm.
I
Deanna,
don't
you know
how to
why I
kill
have
this.
one arm, right?
I don't know how to kill these guys, but full send.
You're gonna full send with 2 hit points. If you had 50, maybe I'd understand that.
Okay. Roll an attack.
Bye, Walda!
Walda knew she was gonna die already.
You knew Walda was gonna die.
16?
Yeah, 16 will miss.
Okay.
Okay. So it jukes the arrow. And does a 20 hit?
I mean, like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're unconscious.
What was the damage?
It was 20.
Okay.
Okay. So you go unconscious. However, you are stable. So you will not have to roll death saves.
Oh.
Because what happens
Okay, that's kind of dumb.
is the sword that the ring wraith drew, it's this shorter blade. And as it stabs into you, you feel just this wrenching pain right here. And immediately your vision goes dark. But then eventually you wake up again and you look around and everything just looks super cloudy and misty.
Uh-oh.
And you just see this dark, almost like ghost-like figure that's staring at you. And it looks at you and you just hear this hissing sound that just like rings in your ears, and as the sound keeps happening, you just feel your body just like, you slowly feel your body like not tense, but just more of like relax as this wraith, as this like wisp thing slowly gets closer and closer to you. Can you make a corruption saving throw for me?
Ooh. Sure. Yeah. What do I just?
You would add your wisdom modifier.
Yeah, it's your wisdom modifier to it.
Okay. 13.
You get 10 shadow points.
What?
You get 10 shadow points.
Ooh. What? Like permanent ones?
What?
No.
No, they're not permanent. They're not permanent.
I'll tell you what they're permanent.
Why do I get shadow points?
She's facing a very powerful shadow
Because you
person.
was stupid.
How am I supposed to know what to do? Walden's group in the woods.
You do what you do. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and end that with you. That'll be it for you then. Okay, Welcome in Oramus. It is you guys. You've noticed that the wounded have been coming in at fewer numbers, as you've also noticed the sounds of battle starting to slowly get quieter. It's still pretty loud because the battle is still going, but you've definitely been noticing the sounds of battle have been getting quieter, and since the orc presence has not still really been a problem, there have been maybe one or two that you guys have been killing. You kind of are assuming you guys are winning.
Can I do perimeter just in case?
Yeah, make a stealth check for me first.
17.
17. Okay. As you make a perimeter, you notice that there are a couple of orcs that have kind of snuck their way through to get nearby.
How many are there?
There's 4.
Are there other people with me?
No.
No. How far away am I from the other people?
About 50 feet.
Alright. I will go and let the other troops know around the area.
Okay. So you go and let them know, and you guys start kind of engaging towards them. Oramus, what are you doing?
Does it look like they're able to have everything under control at the area?
Sorry, what? You cut out
Like
for a
as far
sec.
as, does it look like they're gonna have everything under control, healing people?
Yeah, for the most part, since you guys have been getting control of the battle.
Alright, can I look around to see where the battle is the heaviest?
Yeah,
Just in the town?
Yeah, make a perception check.
11.
11. You aren't able to tell right now.
Can I use my passive perception?
No. What is your passive perception?
18.
Yeah. Even with that, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
well, is anyone seriously injured?
I mean, there are a couple of people who are seriously injured.
Can I use my magic hands of healing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Someone was healed for 13.
Nice.
And someone else was healed for 8.
For 8. Nice.
Can I stab something now?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll the stab.
Alright, I stab him. That would be a 19.
19. 19 will hit.
Oh, that was terrible. Holy crap. That would be a 7.
7. Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Okay, that thing is very much still alive. And it's gonna whack at you.
Wait. I want to use a frenzy on him so I can hit him again.
You don't have frenzy.
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
Yeah, you gave it to me, but it's fine. I rethink my decision now because I realize I won't have sneak attack for it, so.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna just chill, stab him, and run away.
Okay, it will take an attack of opportunity against you.
I forgot to disengage.
That'll be a natty 20.
Oh, dang it. It's fine.
That will be garbage roll. 19 points of damage.
Easy.
All right. And we'll take your guys' second round since there's still orcs left.
Alright. Can I move into flank?
Yes, you can.
Alright, then I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay.
Stab him. Alright, that's gonna hit. 21.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna roll good this time. Hey! That's a heckin' lot better. That would be a 21.
How do you want to do this?
I wanted to stab him in the gut.
You do so.
All right, can I frenzy this time?
Yes, you can frenzy this time.
All right, I'm gonna move into flank with another guy, and I'm gonna stab another orc.
Okay.
All right, does a dirty 20 hit?
Yes.
I stab him. That was trash. 13.
Okay. While you didn't kill it, the guy that you flanked with did.
I.
Okay. All right. So now the other two guys in the little troop there have killed all the others. So now that area is now clear.
I do perimeter. Or I finish the perimeter just to make sure.
Okay, and there is nothing around. All right, Bertrafeed, it is your turn, and you are now in the water.
How far is it to Laketown?
You're about 100 feet away.
All right, I'm gonna try and swim back
Okay.
all the way.
It'll take you most of your rounds, but you do get back.
Okay. Do I have time to get to the hospital?
Yes.
All right, I go there
Okay.
and ask for a heal.
Okay, you go there and ask for a heal.
I mean, not right now. I just a little bit.
Yeah, no. You'll have to do it on another turn.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done then, I
All
guess.
right. Eagle, it is your turn. You have arrived at the area where the fighting is still pretty intense. You see the orc that's got the two axes just going through and slaughtering people where it can. But the others have gone and the two captains that were there were killed by the other members of Laketown, but the specific orc that is running around with the two axes you recognize as Ratnob the Mad, which you just know is he's literally an orc that just like where you're stabby orky he's I'm gonna slit as many human throats as I can.
With axes.
Yes, with axes.
Perfect. Would Animal Listener have had time to heal me on the way?
Yes. Ed, you can roll 2 hands of the healer for Zave.
First one's 11. Second one's 8. 19 total.
All right.
Okay. Then, I mean, I would do my best to stealth up to what's his face and attack.
So, do we both have 2 rounds here,
Yes.
Alex? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a stealth check, Eagle.
$23.
Yeah, you were hidden.
Perfect. I can reach him and stab him.
Yes, you can reach him and stab him.
Perfect. That'll be a 27 to hit.
27 will hit.
That'll be 21 damage.
Okay. He's still alive, but he's looking really bloodied.
Okay, I'll make my second attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
20 to hit.
20 will hit.
$14 damage.
How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna get up behind him because he doesn't see me coming, and this time I can't help myself. I'm gonna do an upward stab. It's just a classic up through the kidney, up through the heart, and then I'm gonna kind of kick him off the blade and swing it around. And as he turns and spins from the kick, I'm gonna just take his head off.
Okay. That was brutal. Nice.
That was brutal.
And as
And look,
you do this,
orcs nearby and give them dagger eyes.
yeah, they all take off running. And for some reason, you do know that these orcs, like the one that you just killed, he wasn't the Overlord, but yet the Overlord's not showing up. And
I look for him.
And as you look around, you notice that a lot of the ships, it seems like the orcs are in full retreat right now. All right, so at this point, you guys are all, those of you guys who are still around in the town, you guys notice that the orcs are now in full retreat. Their ships are sailing back down south, the ones that have not sunk. There are about 5 left. What are you guys doing? Are you guys wanting to pursue, or are you gonna let them go?
I mean, who? Because we went to. I mean, is it just me, an animal listener, where we're at, or is there other people?
Aldor would be just getting to your spot by the time
Okay.
you would kill Ratnab.
Did I hear rat bag?
No, it's Ratnab. Ratnob, not Ratbag.
I mean, I would certainly move in the direction that the orcs are fleeing and see if I can catch up to any / pick any off.
Okay, and that would be easy enough to do. The orcs are more focused on running that they wouldn't even bother fighting back.
I would probably do the same thing.
Okay. And Ublak would as well.
I
I
do
will
that as well.
follow Eagle around, kind of doing that, but not really, mostly just watching him and helping him.
Okay. Pretty easy enough to do. And eventually, as the ships turn and leave and sail away, the rest of the orcs, the rest of the fighting continues to slowly die off. And then eventually, the only sound left to be heard is the sound of the buildings that are still on fire. And with that, the Battle of Laketown has been won.
We only lost Walda.
We
Do we
survived!
Yeah,
need-
is she back yet? I kind of need to do stuff with her.
No, she's not back. I have no idea where she is.
She's with me. She's with me. You're needed.
Needed?
I mean, unless you want to come in.
Do I need to go back to my character sheet?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be there in a second.
Goodbye.
And that's not it.
Alex,
Yes.
What is that?
once
We won. We won, but
the
he needs you for something. Hi, I'm here.
once we had stopped pursuing and chasing down orcs, I would have conned Eagle into going around and searching all of the captains and war chiefs for notes, journals, anything of importance.
So,
Okay.
You made one foolish assumption that I would ever stop.
Well, you have to stop when there's no one here anymore.
I dive into the lake and pursue.
I do it by myself.
I'll help him. Actually, he can help me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So, Walda.
Something else. I might
Yes, sir.
I'm going to
You need me out of the room for this?
Yeah, if everybody else could deafen and go away, Aldor.
You don't just want to put her in private character zone?
I would have to readjust everything on OBS again.
Oh, rip.
This is weird.
Okay, we're going.
Tim says that it's muted, not deafened. I don't know if there's a difference. Tim says it's muted,
What's
but
muted?
not deafened. Tim.
I'm
Is there a
confused. Yeah, muted
Okay,
means
never
your
mind.
mic is muted. Deafened means you can't hear
Yes.
anything.
Oh, I need to be deafened.
Yes, you need to be deafened,
Yes.
Tim. Okay.
PDA is not okay.
Rose. Okay, we're gonna transit. I'm changing the look of OBS now for this. Okay. So, as you now, this is not the right music for this. Hold on, I must fix.
Does it matter?
Yes, it matters.
Whoa, it's just us.
It is.
Crazy.
No. Go away, ads. I don't want to play AFK Arena. I want to set a creepy ambiance. Because that's fun.
Okay.
Play. Paste. Skip.
I think
No.
it's funny how Mike is just over there playing the recorder.
Yeah, it's really funny.
What's happening?
Okay. So, you go and you hear the, ugh, that was gross. And you see the wisp wraith thingy continually getting closer and closer to you, and as it does so, you just continue to hear that hiss, and you suddenly just hear this dark but yet gentle voice inside of your head.
Oh no.
And it says, "Do not be afraid, my child, for you have more potential than you see. And your talents are very much wasted with these individuals. Why waste your time with them when you can be so much more?" Do you say anything?
No.
Okay. Oh. I guess I'm being quite rude. I'm not really introducing myself properly. Well, guess you can just call me a friend. I would be considered a mutual friend from the rest of your companions. I mean, after all, I've known them for a long time. We've been through quite a lot together, though I don't think they necessarily see eye to eye in the decisions that I made in our previous interactions. But I really hope that they would know that everything that I've done has been with a purpose that overall has been beneficial to their own well-being. Now, I'm just going to offer you a quick proposition. And don't worry, I'm not going to rush you into thinking that you have to make a decision right away. But your friends, I'm sure you've noticed, are really good at being a thorn in some people's sides. Specifically mine. And while I would really love to just get along with them, they seem to not want to let that be an option. And so, I'm gonna make you this offer. I don't really care how you go about it, but if you can convince them to, let's say, retire from their travels, from the war, from fighting, I can offer you the thing that you desire most. Safety for those that you love. I can assure you that no matter what happens in this world, your family will remain safe. I know deep down that is what you care about the most. Like I said, there's no rush at all to any sort of decision that needs to be made. And if you'd like further persuasion, well, I could also just tell you that if you decided to not listen to me, your family might fall under a very, very unfortunate accident. I haven't decided what that said accident would be, but it would be most unfortunate. I'll let you think about this one. But in the meantime, I'm sure you must be exhausted fighting in the battle. Don't worry, your brother fought well and he survived. He fought extraordinarily well. I was quite impressed, actually. And also, do me a favor. Your friends here, they really don't need to know that this interaction happened. It's really bad for business. So if you could just keep this between us, that would be most welcome. And with that, the voice slowly fades. Your vision once again goes to black. And you awake. You find yourself extraordinarily tired. Add another point of exhaustion onto yourself. We have 1 hit point. And you awake and you have absolutely no idea where you are, other than you are somewhere along the river from Laketown. What would you like to do?
Can I make an investigation check to see, like, if I can figure out which way Laketown would be?
Make a survival check.
Survival check? I assume it's at disadvantage.
Correct.
$13.
13. Okay. Luckily, you're like familiar enough with the area. And as you kind of look around, you notice that you are you're more south of Laketown, and if you walk alongside the current going against it, you should hit Laketown within an hour.
Okay, that's what I want to do.
Okay. And you start heading up that
What
way.
time of day is it?
It would be around like middle afternoon, almost early evening. So it's sort of like you can
Okay.
notice that the sun is like starting its time of setting.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I don't know if everybody saw, but
I doubt
they're
it.
gonna.
Are we good to undeafen? Is that
Yes,
what
you
you
are
were
good to
saying?
undeafen.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I don't know where Aaron went, but somebody should tell him that he can come back in.
If you yell loud enough,
Aaron, come
he'll
back
be able to
in.
hear you, Alex, because your
Alright,
door's
hold
open.
on, hold on.
Not gonna lie, got a solid jam session in.
I yelled. I have no idea where he is.
Bruh.
It's fine, he's not important.
All right. Okay, I see him. So, the battle has concluded. And you are now you can hear the sound of the you hear the sound of the flames of the city, but you all take a big deep breath in knowing that you guys have successfully defended Laketown, and you have survived this extremely bloody battle. And as you guys kind of look around, even though the enemy has fled, as you all kind of gather all together, there are less than 100 survivors.
Oh boy.
What was that? Do you want to repeat just your last sentence again?
There are less than 100 survivors.
Perfect.
The men stationed to fight or everyone?
Just the men that stayed behind them. Everybody that stayed to fight. There were 500 of you guys that stayed to fight, and only 100 survived, and less than 100 survived. There are about 30.
I see this as an absolute win.
There are about 30 that were pretty badly injured to the point where they had to be taken out of the battle and left to stay and left in that area to have to be tended at the hospital. A lot of people were bandaged and then quickly sent back to the battlefield. There were about another 30 that are still bandaged that were still fighting. And it is only a couple of you that it is you guys and like maybe like 10 more that managed to stay mostly healthy. We were all now covered in blood, in ash, and extremely tired. And after doing what you can to get control of the fires and things like that, you all hunker down and you take a very, very long awaited rest. After about an hour of all of this happening, though, before you take down your rest, you guys see Walda coming up from the south, and she looks absolutely just blah. Her
Blah blah blah.
clothes are torn. She's got her temple is like draining a little bit of blood. You can see this massive blood stain like right here. And she just does not look good.
Did Eagle and I find anything on captains and war chiefs?
Did you guys roll investigation for them?
We had not yet.
Okay, roll investigation.
Ed, are you helping me?
Yeah, I'm giving you advantage.
Good. I needed it. That would be a 23.
We're unmuted.
Okay. As you look around on the captains and war chiefs, the only thing that you can really find that would be of any use is their weapons. And for you, Eagle, none of their weapons would be anything that you would use, especially just with your own sword. Also, Eagle, can you roll me a corruption saving throw?
Does he have advantage because I'm helping investigate?
No. I think he knows what
Hey, a
this is.
15.
A 15, okay. You still gain 1 shadow point.
I'll take it.
Because after the battle, you notice everything starts to kind of calm down, but in your head you think, man, that felt good. I don't want to
Well,
stop.
yeah, it felt good.
Like, I don't want to stop.
Blew things up.
Yes, Walda.
Who's the first person I see when I get back to town?
The first person you would see when you get back to town is Warren. He kind of has been looking around for you for quite a while.
Does she get in the town?
Okay.
The bridge was blown up.
The
unblow
bridge
up the
was
bridge
fixed
quick.
while in the hour that it took for her to get back.
At least temporarily.
Dang, that was quick. Especially for
Yeah.
less than 100 people.
And
Okay.
Warren just kind of comes running up to you and is like, Walda, you're alive. Oh, thank the Valar. What happened?
What
How did
happened?
you... What happened to you?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. I'm gonna be honest, you look absolutely terrible.
I'll tell you later. What happened here? Did we win?
We won.
Hmm.
Less than 100 of us survived, but Laketown survives another day.
Alright.
No, we better get you back in and you better rest. You look like you could use... Do you want to see Oramus? He might be able to help you out. You look like you could use a doctor.
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm glad you're alive.
And I start walking home.
Okay. You walk home and your house is complete rubble.
Oh no.
Well, she's homeless now.
I guess I'll go to the hospital then.
Okay. So you go to the hospital. What are you doing at the hospital?
I'm gonna go find a bed to sleep in.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna go find Ormus since I'm already there. If he's there.
Okay. Oramus would be there. I don't know of any reason why it wouldn't be.
Okay.
Still tending to the wounded.
Just say, yo. I'll go to
still
sleep.
tending to wounded at the time.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
would be. Mostly you're just like changing the bandages of those who are mostly healthy. The ones who are in like critical condition, you've already kind of patched as well as you can, and pretty much you just have to keep an eye on them.
I would like to go and get medical attention as well.
Okay, easy enough to do. You would go, yes, welcome.
Yeah, so what's happening with me? Like, or am I just getting hauled off somewhere? Am I supposed to go somewhere?
That will... So, as of right now, the guards have told you you were pretty much just a nuisance. Most of your sentencing is because of your terrible attitude that you had when we first hauled you off. So, if you aren't going to be snooping on other people's property, we can look the other way. Just, unless you're going to stick around and help with reconstruction, please don't stick around too long. Yeah, Sam.
All right.
So now that you're mentioning Walda doesn't look too good, how fine does she look to me?
I mean, she still looks like the same fine Walda, just extremely bloodied and battered and bruised.
She looks like a damsel in distress.
Oh.
Times 3.
That's all I got to say.
Okay.
So
Once-
she's looking like Stacy's mom.
No.
Once Eagle and I are done searching captains and war chiefs, I will go to the library if it's still standing.
It is not.
Okay, I will walk
It's very
to
sad.
roughly where I put my journal, my copy. Just like
Okay.
standing in the rubble and going through a very small amount of it. Can I easily find it?
No.
Okay, I feel good about that. I just kind of look around. Is anyone there?
There's nobody there.
Okay. I leave. And I will make my way to the hospital and do my best to, with my mask up, hood up, also tend to those in need of healing.
Okay. Easy enough to do. All right. You guys all begin to then hunker down and seek your medical attention and find rest. And that is where we are going to end tonight's session. Congratulations, everybody. You've leveled up to level 10. All right. That was
Once
the
I'm
Battle
at
of
the
Laketown.
hospital,
Yes.
there's a point in time where I realize Walda is sleeping on one of the beds, and I walk over and
Alex, you brought all your books, right?
Yes, I have all of my books.
I wake her up and I'm like, "Hey, Walda, your house got hit by a cannonball. It's gone. Sorry."
I expected that at the beginning of this battle.
Okay.
I have nothing there.
And then I
anyway.
leave.
All right. So yeah, that was the Battle of Laketown. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. As of right now, there won't be too much mainstream content as far as campaigns are concerned coming from us at OverHill and UnderHill. But we do have some more stuff in the works. One thing we're going to be doing is a YouTube series that I will be running called Lore Masters Academy. And it is just going to be simply sitting down, walking through the PDF file of the Lore Masters Guide in case you guys are maybe looking at potentially starting your own Adventures in Middle-earth campaign, or just curious as to how the said Lore Masters Guide and just being a Lore Master for Adventures in Middle-earth works. Those should start coming out here soon. I need to re-record my first episode because it was terrible. So hopefully that should be pretty soon. We've also got some other stuff in the works that we've been talking about, but I'm not going to get into too much detail about those because I want you guys to stay tuned for that. If you guys would like to keep up on those things, go ahead and check out all of the Discord and Twitter and stuff down below for announcements in regarding those. And as always, thank you guys so much for joining. I hope you guys enjoyed this wonderful session. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you guys have a beautiful life.